Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Dati mihi Anglican, por is verbis Latinos.
All right, good morning. Welcome to Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. Good to have you all here. I need to get this water cup moved before I cause more of a mess than I already did. That'll dry. Welcome everybody. Good to have you here. Let's see. Oh no, I need to fix that. The party sound has to go. I know it's Friday. I know we're happy it's Friday, but we have to fix the party sound. So hold tight just for a second. Let's see. This one goes right here. Party. Where's party?
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Got it. Okay. Now we're ready.
Alex stole it.
Now we're ready. Congratulations, Danielle Marie. First in chat this morning. I think I recognize the profile picture. I think you've won. I think this is your second time. I might be mistaken, but Danielle, congratulations being first in chat. First in chat comes with its own prize, and that is we award everything IP related worldwide to you. So you're as far as internet is concerned, you're the richest person in the world now because you own it all. Congratulations, Danielle Marie. We'll go ahead and email that out to you and just make sure it keeps running for the rest of us. We'll all be happy. Thank you so much. It is a great day. Couple things today. Last night, we can do that. No, Daryl Brooks was yesterday. Actually, we talked to Daryl Brooks yesterday. It was fun to see him. It was fun to see him have a public defender, and not make a mockery of the court process. That was good. So we're glad that happened. He's basically, oops, that's the wrong button. There we go. He basically has to pay restitution, and he'll be paying for the rest of his life. I think 25%, is that what we heard? 25% of the money he earns from prison, his prison wages, will be garnished, or will they take all but 25%? I'm not sure which one it is. If they only take 25%, that doesn't seem like very much, but at the same time, he's not earning very much. Either way, he's never going to get that paid off. And that'll be a constant reminder for him. First thing this morning, Rhonda comes in with the 2-month anniversary comment, says seat. That is a great way to use your anniversary comment. Rhonda, thanks for being here. Let's see who else is here in chat. Let's see. Megan Easton, Amanda Hill, Be Kind, Dara Z, Gail Pett, Cachette, Red Pen, Sharon McDonald, Michael Makeup, Bobby Hansen, Evelyn C, Heather Collins, Cachette, we got you. JM, Upper Torso, hello, Marilyn Skull, The Brown Barn, Queen Olive, Tipsy Tracy is here, Gabby Gabs, Deebs, Diana Caruthers, Melissa, Denise Dominguez, Loon Phil, Maui Bell. Good morning, Maui Bell. How's Hawaii treating you? Sharon's here. It must be a little early for you, Maui. The spelling was a bit of a difficult thing to do this morning. I understand. It's still, the sun's not yet up where you are. Dang it, Amber, you're here. Welcome, Amber. Good to have you here. Bobby Hansen, Ritz, Sharon. Let's see. Man, you know I'm doing a roll call, and then Missy Pants goes and drops 5 gifted memberships just to start off the Friday, because the night she knows I have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Let's see here. The gifted memberships, thank you, by the way, Missy Pants. The gifted memberships went to Toxic Orchid, Lux Lobos, Natural Empress, Nikki Zeebs, and Sunshine Sarah. Wonderful. Congratulations to the new members. And thank you, Missy Pants, for your generous gift this morning to kick things off. Pretty crazy. All of a sudden, we had a crime scene on our hands because of lax behavior during peak COVID. Brooklyn, welcome. Good to have you here, Brooklyn. Ritz CL is here. Amanda Hill. Excited Utterance. Can we please talk Val stuff before court? Oh my goodness. Excited Utterance. We can't get too deep into it, but here's what I will say. Last night, I jumped on with, hey, look, here he is. JT, Bruise Crime, was on Brandy's channel on YouTube, and they're covering this Valos thing. If you aren't watching it there, you're missing out. Basically, everyone has the same audio. So I mean, there are a lot of people that are sharing the Valo audio at the end of the day, but the community in the chat over on Brandy's channel is just great. I saw a lot of familiar faces there, and other people that are just amazing that clearly you'll want to hang out with and watch with. Yes, that trial is off the charts crazy. I don't know where to start other than that. You've clearly got someone who is very delusional. And it's just spiraling out of control, and it's only just begun. It's only just begun. Brandy and JT did a great job last night. I highly encourage you to go over on that channel. I think they're doing this as part of like the 13th Juror podcast, so it'll be posted as a podcast as well on her channel or on all the podcast formats. So highly recommend that if you get a chance. If you need a link to that, you can either type her name, Brandy, with an exclamation point first in chat, and that should pull it up, or you can go to the channel page here on YouTube for me, and her link will be down at the bottom. Let's see, Ritz CL, Amanda Hill, Christy Kaufman, Queen Olive, Gabby Gabs, Teresa, Jerry Sides. Good morning, everyone. Sharon, JT, I saw you there. Good talking to you, JT, as well. If you have any more questions, hit me up. I love trying to answer the questions you pop up with. Angie, Jacko Foree, Tracy Anzar, Lou W, Red Pen. My laptop is a little late. I got like one drop on it, but it didn't like go in the keyboard or anything. Crystal M, Valerie Rodriguez, Ritz. Sometimes Alias is here. Lexa Fulmer, CL, Grandma Nancy, Miss M, good morning. Not today, Satan's in the house. Ted Lewis, Mr. Upper Torso, Sarah Hammer from Vegas. Hello, welcome. Used to work there. Used to work in Vegas as a regional travel salesman. I'd have to travel down, and my job was basically to take people out to lunch. It was a pretty good job. Chandra, welcome. Meb is here. There are so many places to go in Vegas, too. If you're looking for a place to eat, Vegas has options. Vegas has lots and lots of options. Michael Makeup, got you. Punked Rockin' is here. First time here. Good morning. Welcome. Good to have you here. Hope you find it enjoyable and come back again. Pop in with your questions anytime. We'll see if we can help you out, and you can help us. Michelle Johnson, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well. Newbunk Foss is here. Holly Henderson, blue is definitely your color. I have so many of these blue shirts. I think I destroyed one of them on accident. I told you the spear story. I threw a spear and stabbed myself in the back. It's a long story, but I was trying to throw some scrap away from my garage as we're trying to convert it. And I threw a piece of metal that was sort of U-shaped, and I literally stabbed myself in the back and just tore my shirt. So I have to replace it and get it. I'll probably replace it with another blue. These are the lighter blue. I do have some more brilliant blues.
Alex Stollett.
And I've got, obviously this is a long sleeve. I've got some short sleeves as well. I'm more of a vanilla guy. You know, once I find out that I like vanilla ice cream, why branch out and risk trying something that I won't like? So blue shirts it is. Mary Contrary is here. Welcome. Les Worthington, Kristen Eich, Sherry Marshall, Mark Covington. Good afternoon to you. Good morning for me. Donna Thompson. Toxic Orchid is here. Good morning. Good morning. It's Friday. Mr. Drafer.
Your shirt looks like the missing Murdaugh shirt.
Into that name.
Newbunk Foss. Too soon. What are you saying? I don't have the shoes. I don't have the boat shoes though. I'm wearing shoes. This is probably too much information, but generally I like to be pretty relaxed when I'm live streaming, and so I'll tend to kick off my shoes at some point during the day and just do this whole sock thing. But this morning, took the kids, they love to run to the post office. We took them to the post office, and on the way back, as we were coming back in, we have a little barbecue out on our back deck. And it has one of those little side burners. By barbecue, I mean like Western folks know what a barbecue is. It's the barbecue grill, okay? And if I say barbecue to my neighbors here, they think I'm talking about pulled pork. So we have a barbecue grill out in the backyard, and it's got one of those little side flaps that you can open up and have a little side burner. Well, that little side burner, for some reason, all the humidity, every time it rains, whatever, little tree frogs love to climb up in there, or little tiny frogs. Now they like to sit in there, and that's like their little home. And so the kids have taken to every time we run by, let's see if we got a frog, and they open it up, and there's a frog, and they'll jump off into the bushes. Today, I'm like, they were running inside. I'm like, wait, we got to check for a frog. And we opened up, and there's a lizard. There's a little, I don't know, it's like a green anole. I forget what it's called. It's like a chameleon type. It's the one that changes colors. It's pretty much the only lizard we have in North Carolina here. We just have a million of them. And it was almost like dark bark brown, because it was just hiding on this black surface. And so we sort of chased it around a little bit, and around on my arm, around on my shirt, and it turned to this brightest, like bright green you've ever seen. Not pink. I almost said pink, but I didn't turn pink. Bright green. So the kids played with that, and I was just, anyway, long story. That's why I still have my shoes on, because I just ran in from playing with the lizard with the kids to sit down to do the live stream. So that's why I have shoes on. And this all started with the missing Murdoch shirt. Thank you, New Bunk Foss, for a little squirrel moment, and apologize for that. We'll get back on track. Excited Utterances here. Grandkids galore. Love the name there. TJF. Brooklyn is here as well. Bella. Lisa B. I talk about that all the time. Katrina, I missed that. I should have read it sooner. I did spill one drop on the laptop, but it survived.
Alex stole it as well.
Blue for Gannon. That works as well. That wasn't what I was thinking when I put it on, but that would definitely be appropriate today. Fur Baby's mom, Ritz is here. Cachette, Carla Bragg, Teresa, Sweet 65, Eileen Thurling, Judy, Ritz, we got you already once. Arkansas Magnet Fisher is here. Take a seat. Tassie, Gordon, Heather Collins, good morning to you. John Blake, Danielle Marie. You have to be here because you own the internet. You can't leave. Duke Delta, congrats on 13K. Thank you so much, Duke. It's been exciting. It's so fun to share this with so many of you, and you guys are just the best the internet has to offer as far as communities go, and it's wonderful to be a part of it. Mr. Upper Torso, thank you for being here as well. Or Mrs. Mr. Upper Torso. We have to figure out how we're going to do this now that we know Upper Torso. Now that we know who you are, we have to figure out your name. Judy, Ilona, Cupcake, Sassy Southern Law Nerd. Welcome. We've got Sassy Southern Law Nerd. We have a few Law Nerds, variations of Law Nerds in the house. Lisa, Heather W, Kitty Kitty Bang Bang is here. Silly Claus and G. See, Rockin' Dawkins, we got you. The whole internet, I'll treat it with nothing but love and care. Oh gosh, I dropped it. I'm sorry. Danielle, that's pretty much how it goes. Side story, okay? Since we're talking internet, yesterday, as soon as I'm done with the live stream, I run outside and I'm cutting concrete. And I explained this to Thomas, to Weatherwatch as well. I think I was telling him this story. So this is a repeat for him, but new for you guys. If you had driven by my yard, you would see me wearing basically the same clothes I was wearing live streaming, which is shorts and a T-shirt, or shorts and that whatever shirt I wore yesterday. I think it was a black shirt, or was it another blue? I don't recall. And no socks, no shoes. I'm out there with a huge concrete saw. I'm sort of like standing pretty wide and then cutting the concrete down on the ground in front of me. My boys, I've got like my chainsaw hat. I've got like one of those orange safety chainsaw hats that has a face shield that folds down. It's just a screen, and then the ear pieces that sort of clamp down over your ears for noise protection. So I have that on, shorts and a T-shirt. I'm out here just sawing concrete, and dust and mud is flying and everything. Completely burned out the belt. But while I'm over there doing this, and I have to get this done because we have to, we've got a pipe we need to have buried today. My neighbor across the street has two guys with those nice little work construction vests, but they're dressed like they're salespeople. Walk up to the door and knock on the door, and they're talking to him, and I'm cutting away, and we're just paying a little attention. The kids are watching, and they talk. And as the guys leave around the corner, my son says, "Those guys are from Metronet." I'm like, hey, that's the fiber company, right? So my neighbor comes wandering over and he's talking to me as well. And I said, so Metronet knocked on your door. What's up? I know I've been waiting. I've prepaid months ago for my fiber internet service. And he's like, yeah, they just knocked on the door, said they'd finished installing here and they're installing to everyone's house today. And if they could connect me right then if I wanted. And he said, no, I don't want it. I don't use the internet for anything. He's an older gentleman. And so he got offered the internet. I've prepaid months ago and they still haven't told me when I can get it. So any day now, I called Metronet and they said next week possibly. We might have fiber internet then. Anyway, that's the internet thing, and it will be fun to own when it's fiber internet. Terry K is here. Holly Berry. I'm sorry. I must have had like too much sugar this morning. I had one of those Costco muffin type things for breakfast, and it may have been chocolate. So I apologize if you guys are reaping the effects of me on too much sugar early in the morning. Bay is here. Christine, welcome. Adrian, Sunshine Sarah. There you are. Oops. I missed Ready Freddy GG. Crystal M, Rockin' Dawkins SC. Sweet 65, I think we got you. Robert Padilla. Ashley R, welcome Ashley. Jackie P is here. Picky Taz, 2482, welcome. Tamara Gregory, Carrie Arnold, Kathleen Lloyd, Lisa Dempsey, sometimes alias. Got to check from times. I've already got my court connection set up. We're good to go. As far as that's concerned, we're not going to miss anything. So we're set that way. We can finish the roll call and get ready to go. John Link is here. Let's see. We have Mammy P, Missy Pants. Good morning. Let's see. Our last 80s, then back to highs of 48 in Minnesota. It's 69 degrees right now, but it will be only 77 today. So a little bit of a cooling spell. Can we please have a not intentional Sarah Boone sound effect? Excited utterance. I'll make you a deal. I've told you I'm very picky about my sound effects. They need to be very clean sound, so there can't be like other people talking or like car noise or something in the background. So I need a sound bite that just has the part you want. And if you can clip it from a YouTube video or send me a link to the burner phone, if I can get it clipped and it's a good one, I'll make a sound effect and we'll do a. Let's see. We'll probably do like Boone or something as the keyword to trigger that. But it has to be a good sound effect. If it's a little noisy or has like other people talking in the background and stuff, that makes it more of a challenge. Okay. Ritz, Penny is here. Good morning, Penny. Katrina, welcome. Welcome to all my great mods. You guys are fantastic. Let's see. Missy, Suzanne, Jacko, Heather. Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. Cachette is here. Nana Geek, good morning. Up to 88 degrees for you. That's a heat wave. Some places out west specifically, the places that got a ton of snow, this heat wave is causing a ton of damage because the rivers are just overflowing. It's just the very beginning of spring runoff. And so unfortunately, they're deadly fast right now. And sadly, they usually have somebody lose their life every year that falls into one of these raging rivers. So please be careful out there. Brooklyn, Missy Barker. Des is here. Des, welcome. Mark Covington, thank you for the congrats. Lori Shell, Bella, Sandra Vital, NBR1GMA. Morning, says Jackie Taylor. It's afternoon here in South Africa. Tell us how the day goes, because we're just beginning on our side. It should be a wonderful one. It's Friday. Belinda Duncan is here. Jeannie Bailey, welcome. Sandra Doland, good morning from the Texas Gulf Coast. Welcome, Sandra. Minderella is here. Maria. Janice, Toxic Orchid, we got you already, I think. Tammy Coolman is here. Welcome. Gold Clada. Chad P. KX Star. Roberta, good morning from Missouri. Good morning, Arkansas Magnificer, to you and yours. Good to have you here. Kat B. from Yorkshire, UK. Welcome, Kat. Cough Hiccup, Valerie Lopez. Today is 11th wedding anniversary to your wife. Congratulations, Valerie. That is just awesome. Congratulations on your anniversary. Tassie is here. Ritz, Natalie Bell. Good morning of all people. Suzanne. Okay. Let's see. Katie 214. Valerie Rodriguez. Nikki Zeebs. Kay Prudhomme. Jeanette French. Gold, we got you already. Cheryl Myers. Little Love. Lisa Dempsey. Rebecca Mahone.
Alex Stolen as well.
McMahon. Rebecca, how do I say your last name? Can you give me a pronunciation guide? I should know that. It seems very easy, and I just can't pronounce it today. Miranda Lee, welcome. Your channel is growing. Thank you so much. Eagles Prey, Mammy P, Laura, Mark Covington, Autistic Zebra is back in the house. Rockin' Dawkins, Nancy is here with eyes opened. Not sure if you're awake, but the eyes are open. That's all we can ask for this early in the morning.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Yep. Mrs. Brownstone is here. Stacia Lee, Evelyn C, Shears Wag, welcome. Lexa. Every time I hear that sound, I have to glance over to make sure I'm not missing something from court. Deborah York, good morning to you. I think I'm almost caught up. Please. T-Trev, welcome. Denise Feldman, Ersland, Dusty Den, Jennifer Howd, Deborah York, Shell E, I see you there. Miss Me, I think DB's mother is somewhat liable due to knowledge of DB not having a driver's license. What? Okay, so what is the limit to her liability based on that? Because I mean, if I let my son say I've got a younger son who's soon going to be driving, does not have his permit yet, but if I let him back my car out of my driveway and move it to another part of the driveway so I can get it out of the way of another car or something like that, and I say, hey, you can go ahead and do that, and he hops in the car and he takes off and drives and mows down, like 6 fences and crashes into 7 cars or something. At what point is the limit to my liability, or is anything he does once he gets in the car, if I've given him permission to do it when he shouldn't? Because that's the key. I shouldn't give him permission. He doesn't. I don't have the right to give him that permission.
Did Al kick Letecia out after the disappearance?
Hang on one second. Let me see what that. I couldn't quite understand that. I'm wondering what the limit is. Let's see who. That was Katerina Scarcella. Did Al kick Letecia out after the disappearance? Yes, they separated pretty quickly. As soon as he realized something was wrong, she left and he left. They both sort of left the house. They both went somewhere else and were separate from then on out. I don't know exactly what date that happened though. Let's see. We have someone in Colorado Springs on the house. Mikkel 0431. Good morning. Welcome. We're going to be watching your part of the neighborhood today, obviously, with the case in Colorado Springs. Okay. It's like my whole chat updated, and it's like I haven't done anyone's name yet. And I thought I was at the bottom. Lillis is here. Katerina Scarcella. Tara Rios, Steal Your Heart. Donna Kins, Johnny Bowes, Brooklyn. We got you. Holly Berry, welcome. Hello, Kitty. Carrie Patterson, Tracy Anzar, Sandra Doland. Sugar High, crash will come when you settle in your comfy chair. And you know me too well. You'll have to prod me occasionally to make sure I stay awake. I think though court's going to be so interesting this morning. We pick up in court as soon as it starts with the
good morning, y'all. Face blowing a kiss.
We pick up with the video that is right when Letecia is about to just lose it. She's going to throw a tantrum. It's going to be like a meltdown, and she's going to try to fake a medical condition. The police will have to call an ambulance. She's going to be taken to the hospital. That's where we're picking up, right? And I don't know how much we're going to see because obviously as soon as she's out of that room, headed toward the ambulance, the camera is not going to follow it. So we'll just have the part that happens in that room. But that's about it. Thank you very much, Missing People, for that. Good morning to you as well. Tiffany Amelia Meyer, laughing sound effect down. Laughing sound effect is turned off for this trial right now. It's not on. I just didn't think it would be appropriate during this one. Today should be an interesting day in court, and all the sound effects, for that matter, Tiffany, are turned off during testimony. We just during the breaks when we were just trying to ease up a little bit, lighten up because we're listening to some pretty heavy stuff. That's
congrats on the growing channel. Glad to see you doing well.
Thank you very much, Cough Hiccup. I appreciate that. I'm glad you can be here and be part of the growth because it really is you guys that are growing. It's not me. I mean, I'm growing sort of width-wise the longer I sit here, but it's you guys that are doing the growth. Thank you so much. Autistic Zebra, Amanda E., Michelle Mo, Mr. Upper Torso. It's going to hit 20K before the trial ends. The biggest viewer counts usually during the closing or verdict watch. It is, and that's also some of the hardest time to be in chat, because a lot of the people that come in, the verdict watch also draws the trolls for some reason. I don't know what the trolls, why the trolls are so drawn to the verdict, but frequently we have to do a little meditation at the beginning before verdict watch and just know that there's going to be a crowd in here, and they'll leave. the unwelcome ones are going to leave on their own. They'll know that they don't fit in, but we just have to be a little patient through that as we watch that. Eddie Jr. is here. Amy Allen. People can get DUI if they loan their vehicle to someone. That gets a DUI. Yeah, so that's. Amy, I'm not sure how I feel about this, specifically not about the DUI part, but about about Darrell Brooks' mom, and that's really what the conversation is that we started on, is her culpability, or the amount of liability she has financially for the actions of her son when she gave him permission to drive when she knew he didn't have a driver's license. I have to think this through in my head. I wish I had a principle I could rely on and say, based on this XYZ foundational belief that I have, this is what I think the results are. But it's a difficult one for me to articulate and to come to a conclusion on. So I appreciate your feedback. It helps me think this through. Taylor Nicole, is today going to be mostly playing her interrogations? I think I don't know if we have.
Are we going to address?
I don't know how many interrogation videos we have, or how many. I think this is the only interrogation we have, or the investigation. I think this is technically just a willing conversation, but at this point, she's actually held in custody. I don't know what else we have. BZ is here, 87 on the East Coast. Love it. Had to take off. Elizabeth Spencer, Eileen, Strawberry Dawn, Sandra Dolan, Excited Utterance, Deadhead 420, Juju B is here, Christy Aiken, Jams. Good morning to you, Jams. Some of you guys are like complete rock stars on YouTube, by the way, or not just YouTube, but on I meant to say Twitter. You guys, it's so fun to see some people that I follow that are just like amazing on Twitter, and their names pop up in here. Amelia Barragan, Taylor, Nicole, welcome. Samantha Taylor's in the house. Checkmate, good morning to you. Candy Meter, spring, we're making snowmen in Idaho. You will be for months, unfortunately, Candy. You guys got so much snow. Cheryl Gilmore, good morning from Missouri. Mikkel is here, Colorado Springs. We got you there. Linda K, Dallas-born, Boston bred. Diana Carruthers is here. Thank you so much. Susan Redmond, Maggie Marchai, or Margie Marchai. Good morning from South Joyzy. South Joyzy, did I say that right? Let's see.
Great work, sir. I wanted to say I believe she's been abusive and went too far, so she had to fix it. That day picture hurt me. He looked cold, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart.
Yeah. BZ, 100%, that picture. And I agree with you. I don't believe that this, even this like 2 days of events that happened with Gannon were the first time he had been harmed by her. It doesn't make sense that way. Miss L, welcome. 2-month membership marks. So she's on your 3rd month. That green courthouse looks great by your name. Very kindly tap on the thumbs up button. All those in Minnesota who hit the 80s, Northwest Minnesota missed that memo. We hit 50. You need to spread the wealth as far as temperature goes in Minnesota. All right. Hello, Amanda Fowler. Good to have you here. JT Brews Crime did a great job last night on your live stream with Brandy. Johnny Bowles, Debbie Blair. I'm not sure if Brandy's going to be up this morning. I don't know how. JT, I don't know how you're up, honestly. I had to bail partially through. I'm like, my pillow is calling. I have to go. Sherry M, welcome. Illinois Mama, good morning to you. O-Town Chill is here. Yolissa Parmar. When is court to start, Veronica? It's going to start in half an hour. We have half an hour before the judge shows up. Let me set this up so you guys can see that. Box 1, box 2 is 4, 3 is 1. Okay, there we go. Does that work? Does that make more sense that we're waiting for court to start? Audio's turned on, so we will not miss anything. As soon as it happens, we'll hear about it. Rui, is that spelled right? Or is that pronounced right? Hi, good morning to you. Holly Halakante, Amber Sharak, new to your channel. Love it. Thank you, Amber. Thanks for being here. I love that you're here.
Sarah Boone Letter Fawn.
That must be from
Dumpling,
TW.
dumpling, 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 dumpling.
Let's see. Is this TW? Let's see who it is. It's TW. Thank you so much. We have requested a letter from Sarah Boone in a public information request from Florida, and the one thing Florida does not do well is produce documents for public information requests. So we are still waiting. It has been months, and they're still sitting on it. And unfortunately, there's no requirement where we can actually force them. We can't take them to court and say, hey, you should have responded by this time. We're filing we want the court to issue an order.
Brandy until 2 a.m. She's a rock star grinning face with cowboy hat.
2 a.m. Okay, we need to talk quieter because Brandy is sleeping. We do not want to wake her up. She's going to need her beauty rest because she's going to do this again tonight. It's going to be crazy. 2 a.m. That is awesome. That's just awesome. Thank you so much for your support, all of you guys. Jennifer Brandy in Kentucky. Welcome, Roxanne O, Katrina, Vicky Corner, Christy Aikens here, Jennifer Perut. Appreciate the like reminders since it doesn't work until it's started. Hope is here. My son Brady is 18 today, and come August, he will be in the Navy officially. Hope, that is awesome. Congratulations to your son. Thank you, and thank him for serving our country. That is not a small thing for someone who's willing to sign up and put their life on the line. And it's also not a small thing for a family member who supports someone who serves. So my heart goes out to you and to him in gratitude. Thank you very much. Eagles Pray, that kind of sounded different. Charmaine Lilly, good morning. Carrie Eicher is here. Jason Ski, hello from way across the pond and across the Middle East and beyond, from Asia, basically. Mr. Upper Torso is here. Africa Addicted Girl. I stumble on your name every time. Africa Addicted Girl. Good shiny morning here in Washington, D.C. You're a little bit north of me by a few hours, 6 or so. Jams, hello. Amy Detloff. Thelma. Tanya Hoagland. Petrified is here. Sarah Moore from Minnesota. The last 2 days have been fantastic. Colby in 89 in Jersey. That is so warm for this early. Was that a record? 89 degrees. That's got to be close to a record. Audi Joe is here, or is it Audi Joe? Depends on which court you listen to. KJ, Linda Sastron. I don't know how to do TSs. I'm struggling there. Good morning, Linda from New York. VZF Baby. Sometime Alias. Laurie Hall. Jill Martin Angelos Rowe. Thelma, Nursey Dog Mom. Read the arrest affidavit yesterday, finally. It's a long one. We did that. It's like 32 pages long. We did that. It took over 2 hours, I think, on a live stream. And I lost my voice afterwards. It's such a long affidavit, and it just scratches the surface. I mean, look at how much information they got after that arrest affidavit. Lourdes Perez, welcome. Chris King, morning recovery family from Southern Ohio. Thanks for all you do, RA. First-time chatter, always a lurker. Chris, you're always welcome in chat, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Christy Busby, you told him to pack up and drive. You only told him to back up and drive, not drive down the road.
Great coverage, RA and mods. I couldn't get through this without all of you.
Michelle Mo, thank you very much. Justice for Gannon. We have said this is why we're going to follow this trial, even through the hard times. We are trying to do it in the most sensitive way we can for his memory. That's why I told you at the beginning we're not going to show the autopsy pictures. We're not going to do that. And even some of the discussion, I'm not bringing up the accusations and things. I try not to talk about it because I don't think they're true, first of all, and his name shouldn't be remembered like that. Let's see. I couldn't get through this without all of you. It's you guys that are amazing, honestly. You guys are a huge support for me. Thank you, Michelle Mo. Patty P., where in New York are you? To Linda. Nanny Apple is here. JT Bruce Crime says, I work healthcare adjacent. An IV of lukewarm coffee mainlined in, maybe, who knows? I'll fake it till I make it. JT, for those of you who don't know, JT is a man of many talents, but all of them, he spends all his time focused on true crime. I don't know what your work is. Obviously, you say healthcare adjacent, but you have like 5 podcasts you're part of, and you're here participating, and you're helping other people set up their podcasts, and you're participating live online and prepping for all those. You, my friend, are an inspiration. Debbie Blair, Charmaine Lilly is here. Maria Garcia, sorry, I just combined those names together for you. American Girl in Virginia, welcome. Miss L, Lisa Wilmot. Can't believe I've not hit the month mark yet. Feels like I've been here forever. Half the subs when I found you. It's grown a lot this last month, Lisa. But so glad you're here with us. It wouldn't be the same without you. High Speed Drifter, welcome. We're having a wonderful day. It's Friday, all day today, Friday. Kim asks, can anyone help me figure out how to get a gifted membership? I can do that if somebody hasn't already. If you type !gift in chat, that will enable you to turn on gifts for this channel. It'll have a little link that responds in the bot, and you can turn on gifts for the channel. And then YouTube sort of does the work from there. They'll decide, and we think that it tends to favor people who participate in chat or who are involved, and so basically just saying hi or dropping a comment or responding to someone in chat may improve your odds as well. But okay, I need some more water. I have the red mug today. The other 2 are in the dishwasher. So red today. We'll switch back to probably blue on Monday. Okay. Weather Watch is here. For those that don't know, tonight, because it's Friday, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Weather Watch, who goes by Thomas on the podcast, and I go by Scott on the podcast, because it's not really an RA podcast or a Weather Watch podcast. Those are both things we do on the side or separate from this. But tonight on this channel, we do have our podcast together. It's going to be at 8 p.m. If you click the subscribe button here and ring the bell, you'll be notified when we go live. But basically, this court tonight, unless they end early, which they may do sometimes, we're expecting it to end about 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll have an hour break, and then we'll have a podcast. And it goes about an hour and a half. And it's a lot of fun. It's just Thomas and I kicking back. It's you guys in chat. It's live. It's interactive, much like this show is in that regard. And so it's fun. Nurglerot's here. I see that you slept in late, Eric. Good to have you here. Welcome. Let's see, Lisa, we got you. Jessica Wiley, commenting to keep my algorithm on the good side. That's awesome. Micah Ruddle, welcome. Laura from Central Florida. Good to have you here, Laura. We're going to be headed to Central Florida, or we're going to be headed to Florida here soon with the Sarah Boone case, which is just going to be, I guess it's the summer now. We thought it was going to be here in April, but it got pushed off a little bit. I think it's actually going to hold. I think that July 24th start date is going to be when we start watching that. So we've got that penciled in on the calendar. I'm looking forward to that. Insurance guy is here. Nikita, welcome. Sandy, good morning from Central New York. Today's a good day. It's trial day and baby watch day. Daughter has been on labor since Wednesday afternoon. Sandy is so excited. That is awesome for you. Hope everything goes just fantastic for the baby and your daughter. That's going to be exciting. Can't wait to hear the good news. Heather Collins, Tish, you're here. Welcome. I've got something for you, Tish. I need to do something right here. Hang on one second. Tish, right there. Okay. Good morning, Tish. There you go. Jill, welcome. Rocking Horse, 80s Music Man, Larissa Gilmore, Gypsy. Toyo Toys is here. Another big personality on Twitter. Love it. Jennifer Perot, Courtney, Debbie Wilson, Bragbag, etc. Monica Soflo, Gracie Noel, Debbie Wilson. Sorry for the caps. You're all right. We do gentle reminders, but it's all right. It's really hard to get in trouble on this channel. You almost have to try to. Color me abstract. The audio in the Lori case. Yes. Wow. Yeah, you and me both. Natalie Bell, Mr. Hammersticks, Laurie Hall, Leslie Lynn. Good morning from Texas, Leslie. Or good morning to Texas from us. Maria, we got you. Scott Imming, good morning from the remote desert of Arizona. That's an area I haven't been to in a while. Hello from Sweden. Marika 888, welcome. Good to have you here from Sweden. Katrina, Sarah Moore, Sean Hood. I think we're about done with the roll call because we have to get ready for court here. I've got to get a better way to do this. I think I've got to cut this off just a little bit. Okay, so if I missed you, and I realize it's not your fault if I missed you because there are pages of people talking, and it's probably my fault because I turned off slow mode. I thought, it's just going to be a small group until court starts, but we've got 1,700 people here saying hi, and it's crazy. Hello to all of you. I realize you guys are. I wish I could thank each one of you individually for being here. It honestly means the world to me that you would take your time and choose this channel. There are a million places you could be on the internet, and it means the world to me that you choose to be here. It's not a small thing that's not lost on me. So thank you so much for being here. It's going to be a good day together because we're here together. So we'll get set for. There's Nisha says, "Hey, Recover Addict." Hey, yeah, Nisha, I see you there. Welcome. My biggest fan is here as well. Your biggest fan. Hello, Lee. Welcome. Shirley Barnett says, "I'm used to it." I skipped through again. There's so many people. I do apologize. We'll figure out a better way to do this. But I really just want to thank every one of you. All right. We've got a lot of Ohioans here, a lot of Texans here, a lot of North Carolinians, Virginians, a fair representative from Utah, a lot of people from the Colorado Springs area. Colorado Springs area is another one. Let's see. Hey, hey mods, there's some questions that are getting zoinked that I'm not sure why they're getting zoinked. Is it for repeated emojis? I'm just curious. Just want to check. I don't have a huge problem with it, but if you do a ton of emojis, it does cause problems for people who are trying to chat because it makes their chat on a small screen scroll really fast. So I'm fine with using emojis. We have many custom emojis on here. Just try not to make so many that it just spams the screen. A handful of them is great, but let's try not to make pages of emojis happen. Tam, welcome. Good to have you here. Tuning in from Albuquerque, says Dusty Den. Emojis are allowed and encouraged. Just let's use them sensibly. Let's see. It's going to be a very long roll call. India Artworks, I've got to figure out how to do this. I know I can do it. I've got the technology and the ability to put you digitally on the screen, to have a scrolling timeline across the bottom that lists everyone's name as they come in. That, for me, doesn't match my level of appreciation for each one of you taking the time to be here. I want to say thank you to every one of you. That's why I try to respond to every single message on the burner phone. We all appreciate you. Oh, look who woke up. Hey, good morning, sunshine. Brandy, welcome. Good to have you here. Running on no sleep, apparently. Brandy, we were shouting about how wonderful your live stream was last night with JT. Incredible. I'm not going to cover it, honestly. You do such a good job. The conversation over on your channel is fantastic on that Valor thing. I encourage anyone who's really interested in following the live audio, and it's a challenge because it is just audio because of the judge's ruling. But I encourage you to watch it over there on Brandy's channel. It's a lot of fun. The vibe you get over there in the community is very much like we have here. It's fun people. It's nice people, and you won't regret it. And you'll love it, honestly. Natalie Bell, thank you for becoming a member. Oh wait, this is month 2 for you. Congratulations, Natalie Bell. You've got that light color Porthouse next to your name. It's changed colors for you. Lisa Dempsey just gifted 5 memberships, followed by Brianne Malcolm saying hi with a super chat. You guys are.
It's my 16 years anniversary today. Love spending it with you guys.
Patty Cakes Kirby, congratulations. That is just awesome. Happy anniversary to you and
it is
and
not
your
much
other
of a
half.
donation, but thank you for your coverage.
Thank you guys. Honestly, I will tell you this: you don't have to do a super chat to get my attention. I try to read every message. When I'm looking like this, like if you see my face, when this is on right here. If my face is this direction, I'm reading chat. And that's where my chat is. It looks like I'm sort of looking at the screen. If I'm looking like this, I'm watching what's happening in court. You'll see most of the time I'm trying to follow what's happening in chat, and it happens really fast because there are a lot of us here. But you don't have to do a super chat to get my attention. Obviously, that triggers a sound effect when we're not in court, when we're during the break. And I definitely want to recognize you for supporting the channel, because that means, it makes it possible. But if you just want to say something, just flag me like Bradley did right here, or Jerry Sides. Just putting my name in there will make it be orange. And so I'm going to blame Recovery Addict for my dusty house. Totally addicted to this. But thank you. So thank you, Sue Fernandez. Thank you so much. Here we go. Sue Fernandez, thank you very much for your super chat, as well as Haley's Comet. It's not much of a donation. Haley's Comet, it means the world to me that you would support me. Thank you so much. You being here is enough, but thank you very much. As well as Michelle Collins as well. Thank you. We are moments away. I think we've got just under 15 minutes before court's going to begin. So I've got to get one more camera set up for the Letecia cam. Give me just 1 second. Okay, we'll get that started.
Bring the jury.
Let's see. It's awesome to see all the different parts of the country and the world that you guys are connecting from. New Mexico. Did we have any birthdays today? We've got 1,839 people here in chat, and one of you has to have a birthday. And it's Friday, and I'm in a good mood. The sugar has not worn off yet, so I might even sing if it's your birthday. I thought we had one on Friday. I thought, who was it? There was somebody that said it's my birthday on Friday, and I said, I can't wait. Happy birthday in advance. It was on the burner phone. But somebody has their birthday on Friday, and it's Friday today. So
Now when Murdoch stole it.
Let's see, I had a birthday yesterday. S. Morgan, happy birthday yesterday. I'm sorry we missed it. Yes, Cindy Lou, I'm willing to make a prediction on the Mark Jensen sentence that he basically gets what he had before. That it will all be as if no appeal happened when this is over. But do keep us in the loop when that happens. If you're watching that, we'll just pop that in chat and highlight that.
You're talking about stuff that is
Carolyn, yes, I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you to all those who support it. You guys are amazing. Okay, Michelle Collins, happy birthday. Or S. Collins. My birthday's on Sunday, but there's no stream. Okay, I need the chat is going so fast. I'm trying to see what. Scroll back and forth. Amy Matley says, "Do my messages come through?" Amy, they sure do. I'm scrolling up and down. Adam Nusky says, "You're my favorite roll call streamer. Catch you on the next roll call." I'm going to do a better job. My son is actually working on a program to extract the names so it can be in a list, so I can have everyone and just call your name once, and then I think I could do that. I could get through a full roll call if I only had your name once and didn't have to fight with this little chat tool, which updates and clears the screen every few seconds. Jams just donated 5 memberships. Wow, Jams, thank you very much for that. The membership gifts are flying. Okay, I don't see Grandma Jane. Does anyone have a birthday today? Is it Grandma Jane's? I can't see. I might need help. Valsky, happy Friday, everyone. This is the best group ever. Valsky, thanks for being here and for making it the best group ever. It would not be the same without
everyone.
you.
This is the best group ever.
Veda Worship from Denver. Good to have you here. We're going to be visiting your part of the country here in just a moment when the live stream starts. Let's see. Once I hit 60, says Lexa, I decided I'm counting down with my birthdays. Yeah, that's a great strategy. I'm not far behind you. I think I'll adopt that. I probably adopt that before I get to 60 though. Maybe when I hit 50, I'll be like, oh well, that's halfway. So let's go back the other direction. You guys are great. Let's see. Recovery addict. I done got me a PhD. Y'all says Letecia Stauch. Yes. I have not seen anything that actually supports the idea that Letecia actually has a PhD. I don't doubt that she has a degree in something, because it seems like to get a education certificate, they would probably check that. It's like, that just seems like of any industry to verify your claim about an education would be the one that would check that. So I think she has some degree, but the PhD thing, I'm not buying yet. Unless she got it from the same place she got her lie detector test. Can I get a shout out to the lurkers in chat, says Colleen. We'll do that. Also a shout out to JB up in Canada, as well as Ronnie. Ronnie here in the U.S., in the Midwest, and JB up in Canada, two of our great followers who are not able to chat but call me on the burner phone frequently, and let me know that they're doing okay and that they just love this group and how much it's how important that being with you guys every day is to them. So thank you very much. I thought you just turned 29. Ready, Freddie? I'll send you the money later. Thank you for the compliment. I'm a little bit over that, but appreciate that. All right, we're close. Let's see if we can catch up. What's on the docket today? Kim, thank you for transitioning us over to actually what we're going to talk about today, which is this case with Letecia Stauch. Where we left off on Wednesday. Now realize there was no court yesterday, so if you weren't watching yesterday, you didn't miss anything in this trial. The judge has some other legal responsibilities as a judgely duties. I'm not sure how to say that. That take up all his time on Thursday. And so yesterday he was doing that. He takes a break every Thursday. So he's still working, but it's not on this case. So Wednesday, when we left off, we watched about 4 hours of this interview with Letecia Stauch, where she was invited to come in. She was told to come in at 10 o'clock. She didn't show up until 12 o'clock. When she showed up, they were doing all this friendly chit-chat with some very pointed, direct questions about, hey, how'd you get here? Oh, I drove. Where'd you park? What car did you drive? Type thing. This friendly, oh, I'm just asking fun questions. But really, as soon as she's given the answer, cops are like sprinting out to try to find and verify where that car is. They're trying to get information. They check her car out, and it's dripping wet. It's been washed. She's taken it to a car wash. She's hosed the thing off, not washed the top, but she spent a lot of time spraying like the bumpers and area where the blood might be, and tried to clean it that way. So they're gathering information. She is already a suspect. She doesn't know it at this point. And they go through about 4 hours of back and forth. It's really friendly. It's a comfortable room. She's sitting on the couch. They bring her a hot pocket. She's drinking her water. It's all good. She's just lying and lying and lying. And eventually, after like the first, probably like halfway through, maybe the first hour or 2 hours, the main, I would say, questioner, interrogator, says, oh, I've got this thing I have to do. And her excuse was so lame. She's like, there's something I just have to do. I've got to go. I'll be back later. And she grabs her stuff and goes. And she doesn't actually leave. She's outside that room, and she's talking with other investigators. They're making plans on how to proceed. She has enough at that point, I believe, to file the warrant. I think she started the process probably then to get a warrant signed to take her into custody if needed. And so the other investigator keeps going on, and the lies just get longer and longer, and they get crazier and crazier. They go back and they try to do a synopsis. So you're telling me that all this happened in this order, and then every time there's a gap or something, just be like, that doesn't sound right. She adds another lie. Oh, that's because of this. That's because of that. It was bizarre. It was just absolutely crazy. At the very end, she's like, all right, we're hang tight for a minute. And she's like, well, I want to go. And they don't want her to go. They do not have the warrant yet to force her to stay. But they want her to stay of her own accord and talk to her more. And as soon as she's like, well, I want to go, surprise, the first interrogator comes back and is like, oh, I'm back. Can you tell me what you told her? Just, they're using all the stalling tactics they can, trading off. They're not like blocking the door, but they're standing in the doorway and trying to talk and just making excuses. They're doing everything they can to keep her there as they're waiting for probably a warrant or something to work through. She ends up sort of saying, I'm out. She's grabbed her water bottle. She's grabbed her tissues. She stuffed those in her pants pocket. Anything that had her DNA on it there, she's like taking with her, even though it's garbage. And she's like, I could throw that away for you. They weren't going to throw it away; they would swab it. And so that this is all going on. She's starting to get a little agitated. They're saying, hey, we really would like you to go up to the hospital and get this exam. And she's like, well, I want to drive there myself. I want to go take a shower. And they're like, we'd rather you don't, because that would make the exam less effective in gathering evidence to support the story you just told us. And she has already told them in that story that she lied when she filed a false report to the officers that showed up at her house when she said Gannon was a runaway, that he had gone playing with his friends and hadn't come back. So they've already got that on her. Eventually, as she's trying to force her way out and say, hey, I need to go, they're like, hey, we're going to detain you for filing a false report. And in the process, they grab her phone. And she's like, you've got to give me my phone back. And he's like, we're going to hold on to the phone. He's not opening it. He's not reading it. He's not scanning it. He's not trying to break in. He's like, we're going to hold on to the phone because we're getting a warrant for that too. And she's fighting for that phone. She's like, I want it back. You can't take that. That's not constitutional. And they're saying, we're getting a warrant. We're holding it pending a warrant. And so I think what they were doing, as much as we hate to do it, I think legally they can do everything they did. I don't think there was any issue that they crossed the line and this will be like, oh, now we can appeal because, this evidence is not allowed, fruit of the poisonous tree type thing. That's not the case. So we've got this point. She's just basically been told, you need to sit down, get back in the room and sit down. We've got a warrant now for collecting. I think she's been told already that they've got a warrant for collecting her DNA. This is going to be here we go.
Good to go?
We're good to go. Yeah.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Last night, counsel filed an SDT with regards to raw data of an MMPI-2 that Dr. Torres may be in possession of. It's my understanding that we already dealt with that issue as far as discovery goes. It was real clear, at least my recollection is, that the court said that information could be transferred to experts for evaluation. And so at this time, we're asking that SDT be quashed. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dr. Torres about this, but I'm assuming the state hospital's position has not changed, that they're not going to want to disseminate the raw data from psychological testing.
As you know, let me see, but I don't think I can get it yet.
I followed the history, and I can tell what exactly.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
So, Your Honor, I had requested and Dr. Gray provided, as you remember before, the literature that they were basing some of their diagnoses on, and specifically, they had one article, and I can file this over, we can supplement it to the court. They provided one article specifically dealing with the MMP2 and that certain scores on that, and the article says which ones that you're looking at are some generally dissociative identity disorder is hard to score on the MMP2. This article that was relied upon evidently by Dr. Gray, and he said primarily in this, has certain scores though on it that are higher for people that they believe are malingering. And so all I'm asking, I'm not asking for all of the raw data. I'm asking strictly for the raw data on the MMP2, which is it's just a multiple choice questionnaire that people fill out and then it scores a certain way. The reason I'm asking for this raw data is just for cross-examination purposes. And so they're saying it's scored a separate way. This is not anything that's copyrighted. This is not all of the raw data. This is something very specific in relation to an article that they gave that said her scores don't fit more in what this article says would be malingering. And so what I want just is to have that raw data so I can just go through more than likely, and I have a social worker who knows who has some experience in scoring it and so forth, and to look over that exact raw data in an effort for cross-examination.
Can you point to the part in Dr. Gray's report that you're referring to? I mean, what it says?
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I can bring that over for the lunch, and also the article that he referred to. on that, and then I can give that to the court. And so, like I said, I understand the general thing with the raw data needs to go between the experts, but this is something that's very specific. And also, this is not something that I don't believe is copyrighted or anything like that. So like some of the structured interviews, I understand there's some copyright and there's some issues why they don't run the raw data on the structured interviews. This is strictly a multiple choice questionnaire. And like I said, I'll bring all that for the court to be able to look at.
Yeah, if you can do that, because I would agree. It sounds like what you're asking for is what article was it that he was relying upon that said that perhaps the MMPI-2 may not be applicable, and you want to see that article so that you can...
So let me rephrase.
Okay.
I have that article.
Okay.
That article says that certain questions on the MMP2, if answered in this way, indicate malingering. Other answers on this indicate a more legitimate dissociative identity disorder. And the article actually says what group of questions they're referring to that indicate this one way or the other. And Dr. Gray said he relied upon that article in scoring the MMP2 to come to his conclusions. And so I'll bring you Dr. Gray's report where he says that.
Bring me the report
and the article.
Yep.
And then so Your Honor can see that. Yes, sir.
That'll work. Because we're not getting to Dr. Gray today, so
no, it was next week, and I put the SCT for Monday. I don't necessarily need it on Monday. I just picked a date that seemed like it would work.
Okay.
But I'm fine, and we can move that down once the court wants to look at it over the weekend and make a decision.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to get to them even next week, and so if I could have that stuff by Thursday, if the court's appropriate, that would be totally fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Not by people there, thanks.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
There's our Letecia cam. Sorry, it took just a minute to get that pulled up. She looks like she's wearing maroon today. Scott, I believe the phone they seized was hers initially. That's my understanding. Some of the questions on the MMP are things like, "Are you afraid of dirt?" Just random, bizarre questions. So it's a self administered test. I mean, somebody else has you answer the questions, but you just answer yourself to see how you feel. Yes.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the same way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition, and I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant, and I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right, go ahead. Oh, no, sorry. My bad.
Okay, we'll have the screen up in just a second.
There we go. Yep. Certainly not me.
I'm not sure what she's taking there. It looks like she's taking pills. Here go the tissues. She's taking more tissues. Okay, that's not a pocket.
I just accidentally peed a little.
She says she accidentally peed a little.
Now my pants are wet.
I'm just amazed.
What?
Should I be narrating this? I have no idea what she's doing. She's popped her back. She's stretching her shoulders. Little yoga time. The audio's delayed.
Hey, Keith. We're gonna take you to the restroom, okay? We're gonna stay in there. The hall door is gonna be closed where you have your privacy, but we need you not to wipe. Okay? And please don't flush the toilet. Just so that we can verify that indeed you did not wipe because what we're worried about is potential evidence of conflict. Okay. Okay. Hi. You can leave your things here, so we're just coming right back into this room. I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't in like some secure area or something.
Okay, so they've given her permission to use the restroom. They say they'll allow her to close the door, but they need her not to wipe or flush the toilet. I think they fast forwarded here. Now she's coming back in. When she walked out, she said something about,
Can I go to sleep? Can I go to sleep?
"Can I go to sleep?" She said something about it. I was acting like I was in some secure area or something. Loud truck driving by my house, sorry. She's rummaged through her purse pretty thoroughly. She's doing a lot of stretching here, shoulders or neck. I think she's going to be laying down here. Here we go. And there she goes. I don't know if we should do bedtime music for her or what, but this is bizarre. Her actions do not indicate that she'd be tired. She was fidgeting all over the place, can't hold still. Now she says she wants to sleep. I have questions, Sandra. Just know that the video has a delay. The audio is not in sync with the video. It's about like 5 or 6 seconds off, I think. So you'll see the door open and somebody come in and look like they're talking. The audio on the recording, and this happens a lot of times when you have a very lengthy recording, the audio is slightly out of sync with the video, and so the longer the recording is, the further out of sync it is. As an editor, you can go in and fix that, but for evidence reasons, you wouldn't want to change the way the recording was. That's why we're watching it with this delay. So the longer this video goes, the worse that delay is going to be. She did take some pills. It looks like she had 2. You saw her hold something in her hand. She took one, she took another, and she guzzled some water afterwards. Not sure what they were. I think she's about to begin on the next act. This might be the highlight of her performance here. Let's watch. I realize chat's crazy right now. Slowing chat only works so much. I apologize, guys. We'd like to read all your comments. They're going very fast. Emmy and Pink, I think that's their strategy. If I'm sleeping, they can't arrest me. Yeah, no, I don't think not many pills that you take would be as fast acting as what she's showing here. You've usually got at least 15 minutes. Of course, if there was a delay that was fast forwarded when she went to the restroom, I don't know how long that window was sort of chopped out. I believe her purse is on the table. It's on the table over past the tissues, like closest to the TV on that back corner by her feet. That's my phone, not hers. Here we go. Back to the water.
Oh.
I think you can start the countdown. It's about to happen. Interesting. She's looking at her arms here. I wonder if she's worried about any sort of scratches that may be visible from Gannon fighting back. She knows she knows they're headed to the hospital next.
Hot.
Lots of stretches. I think she's getting ready to do something. That screen is just a television. That's not a two-way window. That's just a television mounted on the wall. There's a picture, like a photograph type picture in the background. I think that was a burp. She's got all of her hair up on the top of her head, or mostly. It's sort of a little off, but lots of hands in the pockets, lots of work around the waistline going on. Maybe she's regretting accidentally peeing a little. I don't know. She knows the picture for the first time here. And it's captivating, apparently. More arm stretching. I thought she was going to do like push-ups or something there, but went back to the hand wringing instead.
I just need to stretch.
She says, I just need to stretch.
Oh.
It's almost like a yawn sound she's making.
Is there anything I can read or do?
Boredom is setting in, apparently. She's in the corner that's not covered by the camera. But the door is closed here. It's interesting that she, the chair that she's facing right there, the pillow was placed on the ground that was on the chair, and she picked it up and put it back on the chair earlier when she was walking around. I think she knows there's a camera in here. I think that was talked about early on in the interview. Yep, that's where it's wet. Right there. Still pacing the room between the three chairs. I think there's two tables. I think the bottom left next to my picture, I think that's some sort of a desk or a table next to her, because that's where the phone was set earlier. That's more like a coffee table, and then there's another one underneath the television. There's some water bottles, maybe I'm not sure what, she's got her purse in the corner. There's some water bottles and tissues on the oval coffee table under the television. She's looking, maybe she'll watch some TV. More water. Hands in the pockets and continuing to pace. I think she's trying the door or listening to see if somebody's right outside it. But I think the door is sort of padded. It's quiet. She's sort of rolled up her sleeves to be over her shoulders now, sort of tucked them into, I think, her bra straps. So it's more like a tank top type look. She's opened the door a little bit. She's saying hello out into the hall.
He's waiting for the bun. Really, you think I can read?
She's asked for something to read. There is clearly somebody, I think it's the gentleman that took her phone that's sitting outside the door making sure she doesn't leave. Coat's going on. Her jacket. the docket just tweeted, Letecia Stauch starts the day by peeing in her pants a little. So. I'm sorry, Lindsay. It is my kids. They're singing. I'll have them be a little quieter. Hang on. Okay, delayed audio.
See, I'm having really bad chest pain. Like right here.
Okay.
My chest. That's so
Hey, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. I need to probably
Okay.
get out of the clothes in.
Just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't do it.
I'm telling you, we're going to call for help right now, but I want you to sit down.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking to be out. I can breathe.
No.
Tight and closed, and I'm claustrophobic.
You just need to sit down on the couch.
It's really hurting. So.
Sit down on the couch.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door.
Response.
I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door open. That's all.
No, we're gonna no. Now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
I got chest pain. It's claustrophobic. I can't breathe.
So we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I asked for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now. So sit down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe. I just wanted the door open, and you refused that. That's all I asked.
You're being detained, and the door helps that. Okay.
Anywhere.
So sit down on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I told y'all earlier I was claustrophobic and had really bad anxiety, and I take Lorazepam for it.
Yeah. Well, you're claustrophobic until.
No, excuse me. I take Lorazepam every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take my own panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. Just said open the door.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous.
You said you're having chest
Yes, I just since the door's been closed, I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having.
You had told me,
I don't ever take it except on panic attacks.
yeah, so you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis,
I don't.
but whenever
When I put it in the last few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrating to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
would it be helpful? Like, do you have your Lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house? Or,
That's why I asked that I open the door.
like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pain. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a medical emergency.
Panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack lowering.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had general anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And he started making accusations.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
Yeah,
Sure he wasn't
it never his intention, but I didn't come at interview. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional, what you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were going to call medical. That's
No, that's not what you
response.
said. That's not what you said. But
No, that's true right then. That's on recording.
okay, but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have testing. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the door.
I'll sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking.
They don't want the door open. That's like,
Want
that
the
gives
door
her a
open.
head start.
So we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of, other than the anxiety disorder, do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and when I get like this, I panic attack.
Okay. So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want have burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to buy lobster, but what would you like to eat?
First, I would like to see can they like help me with anxiety medicine?
Do you need somebody to bring your anxiety medicine?
Like,
we have anxiety medicine here. So.
Yeah, I'm saying you said you could call medical professionals.
Sure, I can call an EMT. Like they're gonna call an EMT. But they're not going to be able to dispense medication to you. If you have a prescription, I mean, maybe your husband can bring it and we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, I'm pulling up right here.
Huh?
My throat is blowing now. When all I asked was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well, let's open.
I know, but he was very rude about it. So, could I please read? That's all.
Well, maybe you two y'all's personalities don't click. Sometimes that happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. It's the door. Fine, open the door. That's all I ask.
Well, let's open now. So
yes, I appreciate you. Damn.
So the door is open.
If there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication?
Sorry. My medication is not at my house. Probably. Book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. Put it my friends are right here. I don't have a number because you guys took my phone.
Well, if you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
you guys already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. I said the code for, I think it's the same password we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that passcode is.
It's
if
Gannon's
you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can.
Okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people could already.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So have a chest pain. You're just telling me I can't do nothing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a solution to get your prescribed medication for that issue.
It's because I haven't taken it. So you no.
She said the paramedics are in the lobby. We're going to bring them up.
Let's move it. It's on air.
Do you have any, some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have, little, songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that?
I've got some piano music if that would help. Letecia.
Maybe a favorite vacation that you've been on.
Should we try to calm her down just a little bit? Deep breaths.
I'm trying.
In and out. Think of your happy place.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on?
Aruba.
What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, gotta breathe.
Sure.
fighting, like, right here, you know? Thanks for opening it.
Absolutely.
All right, I think she's relaxed a little bit. See if she can come up with another lie or something.
Oh. Not kind of spreading right here. Are they almost here?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer.
I've been standing here with you. How would I know?
When was the last time you took your lorazepam?
I'm saying, like, you take that like that policy in the mouth, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to, like.
Right. So I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
So I was taking it yesterday. What's today? What is today?
Today
It's
is
the day of the week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so I didn't take it Tuesday or today.
Kitty Kitty Bang Bang, I think they are waiting for the paperwork. They are detaining her right now. The paperwork they're getting, the warrant, is not going to be for the SANE exam. They don't have probable cause for that.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like to, like, scuba dive or snorkel or?
And I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Okay. We'll just lean back on the couch.
Yeah, like loading activities.
Floating activities?
Yeah.
Oh. Yep. Feel free to put your feet up if you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking my writing my thing because of evidence. So don't think, because I know that's what I do. He yelled at me and said, if you're going to take it anyway and you can have it, that's what supported it. But I really have a testing.
Believe you?
So
no, she doesn't.
My body is not everyday condition, and I work out a lot. And
okay, so the warrant they're getting is going to be for her DNA.
I took a Tylenol. That's why I stood up earlier. I took a Tylenol. I started getting like a headache and a little bit of pain. But sometimes that helps, you know.
Sure.
The reason they're giving for the detaining Misty is that she has filed a false report with a police officer. That stems from her telling the officers when she called and said Gannon was missing and he was at a friend's house, hadn't returned. She told the officers in this interview that she had lied. That wasn't what happened. So that's a confession. They have enough to detain her on that charge. They're not going to charge that one. They're going to use that to hold her while they get a warrant to get her DNA. And they're going to do that at the hospital here as soon as the medics arrive to take her there. I think there was a warrant for the phone as well. I think they're going for that as well.
Like if I had like something to ask him, could I get something to read? That might would help. If you talked about purple on the brain or something, I feel like that would help, you know? But he said I couldn't have anything to read. Ever have we talked about other questions? Help the time pass? You give me your command. I can't hardly breathe. Okay. But I will certainly do that for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
What's your name? Right?
Yeah, you can take your time to answer.
I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So it's got to take just like 3 minutes or so.
Absolutely.
It's going to be several more weeks before they find the suitcase in this timeline.
Okay. It's great again. It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it sound like hard to breathe?
Trees get stuffy after a little bit. They do.
They do?
Yeah, I mean, we got one.
Yeah.
You know. Where'd we get those shoes?
Your old shoes.
This pattern before.
Yeah, your old shoes. All the Nike freaks are like that.
Well, not that same pattern. Maybe the sole in that.
No. If it's a 5.0, a different 5.0 is that if it's the same one. But I don't ever really wear these. They're probably like a 2012 model. Maybe 14. Something like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
In court right now, Letecia has her hands in her ears and she's sort of looking down. Oh, now
Are
she's
they
looking
coming?
up. She's watching.
I need to get some oxygen.
Hands back in her ears, plugging both ears, looking down at the desk.
So sometimes if you
I did. I couldn't breathe.
you can't breathe,
Mm-hmm.
so you have a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well, I guess really that with my diet changes and like health changes and I can't breathe. So I asked that guy to open the door and he told me no and shut it and like leave.
Hey, guess who's here?
Is that light blinking out there?
Yeah, it blinks.
There.
Here we are. That's all there. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
I am paramedic fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of chest pain. Right, just like right here, and now I can't breathe. I just tried to get him to open the door so I could breathe, but
A little bit of pee too.
wouldn't.
What did you what? Sorry.
I didn't have like I took a lorazepam, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but I don't know.
Just check if we
I had anxiety since I was like since I was 16.
Okay. Did you just take the lorazepam as needed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without taking it, I feel like I'm doing
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
even sick.
Okay. Do we have chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
Right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay. Are you nauseated? Abnormally short of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them could they open the door so I could breathe.
Okay. We're just going to check your heart. Put some stickers on you and take a picture of the electrical activity of your heart there. Any other medical problems other than anxiety?
Any other one? I mean, like dealing with that area or in general? In general?
Do you have any other medical problems like
Yeah, no.
diabetes,
Yeah, like
pressure,
asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do
say.
you have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
I diagnosed no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Mm-hmm.
Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday? Yeah, this one not too. How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
And what's your date of birth?
I'm
What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year?
35.
Okay, we're going to come up with you. Let's take it on the test. Just a good look at your heart, okay?
Did I ask anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is.
Oh,
And you keep saying 35.
okay.
Sir? What day in August? Well, we're gonna have to put some stickers right underneath your left breast here so we can take a look at the heart. What year?
Oh. 1983.
1983.
Yeah, now she's all confused.
Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Letecia.
Can you spell Leticia, please? Name on it. Maybe we can write down, please. And when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it every once in a while, like, whenever I don't eat and don't get enough, like, exercise, different routines.
Any drugs or alcohol today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What have you taken?
it's been. Earlier before we went to the bathroom?
I'm asking if you took drugs or alcohol.
Oh, yeah, like, I don't know.
Leticia's still hiding behind the monitors in court, head down, ears plugged. Occasionally she'll glance up and
We're
look at
really
the screen.
busy.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're really busy.
Your vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart here, okay?
Okay, cool.
Her lead attorney, Mr. Cook, I believe, is leaned back in his chair, just like glaring at Letecia, not looking at anything else. Watching her plug her ears, keep with her head down.
Can I sit up for the brief?
Yeah, sit up. Sure. Make yourself comfortable. Do you want to turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
She does have her hair pulled back. She keeps looking up at the
Yeah,
screen and then
and
then glancing away, only for a second at a time or so. Her hair is mostly pulled back. Now it's more covering her face. It was pulled back before.
Kind of going down to my stomach. Like right here.
I can't have all of them on the screen at the same time. I can switch back to right here if you'd like to see it.
Oh. Can't really breathe. So.
You're getting enough oxygen?
I know, but I feel like I can't really breathe. I just want, like, you got, is it like some oxygen, air?
Sure, that's what I'm saying. You're getting enough oxygen. Right now, you need to control your breathing.
Okay, I'm trying.
Slow your breathing down, okay?
I'm trying.
As you know, with anxiety, if you start over breathing, then you're getting that can develop that chest pain. Right? So that's probably what's going on.
I'm trying.
I think that's gonna work.
Turn off.
Right now, the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Okay. Right here?
Yep, they're looking at it right now.
Yeah,
Why am I doing this? I just am breathing, that's all.
I'm sorry?
I just am having breathing problems, that's all.
It's pretty consistent with your anxiety.
Not like this, I don't need this.
Yeah, I got it. Did you go? Well, I'm sending it right now. Ma'am, would you like to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Your heart looks good, everything looks normal?
Yes, I want
Okay, which hospital would you like to go to?
Everything's fine.
I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, you're downtown, so Memorial's the closest.
Okay. Yeah.
Sounds good? Like all these stickers.
So all the tests came back green. Everything's fine. Heart looks good. She's getting plenty of
We're
oxygen.
gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
If these poor guys have to carry her out of this room.
Okay, hang tight there. If you feel like you're gonna get sick, then go ahead and hold on to the bag here. We're just gonna figure out what we got going on here. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna walk out here to the all your plane. Are those your sunglasses? Yeah, these tools and your sunglasses.
And put them in there.
Do it. All right. Yep. I need to get checked this out. Okay, right out there. Then just kind of on that top there. Okay. Your oxygen saturations are 100%. Oxygen saturations are 100%.
Oxygen saturation.
If you're having an anxiety issue, I think when you have anxiety issues, one of the common symptoms is feeling like you can't breathe, although you're good at you can just blow in through your nose, out through your mouth, and just take deep breaths out of it.
Okay, so they're leaving the room.
Yeah,
We're going to
so
switch.
just take deep breaths in through your nose and out through
They're having her walk down to the ambulance. She's not on a stretcher.
Okay.
Okay, this should be the end of the video here.
Prosecution?
We just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the stand, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Miss Bethel, Detective Jessica Bethel, is the main interviewer who did this interview.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes.
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
Yes.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding
It was a speculation.
her experience
Objection.
Based on other the responses of other people that she's been in contact with.
So go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room, and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Who was that other person, first of all?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her?
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed that it appears to have just been recently washed prior to driving down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, that's correct.
We see the medical folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest, is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes.
That's what I mean. I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
Yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
Yes, that's correct.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a SANE exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
Would committing a murder and being detained in the sheriff's office cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
Yes, I observed that.
In that interview, and we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier, she complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes, they would go typically early on.
What about the idea that at the beginning it's reported as a runway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes.
This is leading.
No, it does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Do you remember getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
I know there were several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after she left the house on January 31st?
Yes.
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
Yes.
You remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
I do recall asking about a passport.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't recall the date, no.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980?
You may go ahead.
Letecia has, I believe, 13 charges in relation to this crime. Many of them are a crime of violence, tampering with evidence, tampering with deceased body, child abuse resulting in death, and then the murder charge.
Take a look at this report and
Cindy Lou, thanks for the update. It looks like Mark Jensen just received the verdict, which was life without the possibility of parole. So basically everything is back as it was before he won his appeal, or won the right to an appeal. So life with no parole. He's back behind bars for the rest of his life.
Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that, was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay. And so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letecia.
I'm going to retrieve that report from you. At some point, was a decision made to travel to South Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
Letecia had fled to South Carolina, and by that time I had obtained probable cause and authored an arrest warrant for her, which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that process?
It was members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself, and also local law enforcement and members of the FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Was that arrest actually affected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John Grusing and who is he with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay. And we're going to hear from him at a later time, so I'm not going to get into her interview with you. Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
That she would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on, Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
That must have been an awful drive.
How long did that drive last?
More than 24 hours.
Were you with the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
That's worse than a car trip.
What was her demeanor like during that transportation?
She was calm. She ate. She sang songs. She played trivia.
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations, meaning if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
Was she able to use the restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort of doing in the vehicle?
Yes, just to pass the time.
And was she participating in that in an appropriate way, meaning nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
That's correct, yes.
That must have sucked.
The
worst road trip ever.
Entirety of that transport from South Carolina to Colorado, was that audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video. Okay.
Why? Andy, look at the judge is dying.
But why was that audio and video recorded?
I was concerned with her previous behavior that she may do something. And so I wanted to have documentation of the transport.
Okay.
We're going to get some of the video.
So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338.
Here it is. He's laid the foundation. Now he's bringing the disc up. Oh, man. We're about to watch some of the road trip.
Look at that. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Worst vacation ever.
How do you recognize it, first off?
My initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video of the extradition.
It's a, can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro.
Oh.
Is it only a portion of that hours-long transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review that thumb drive containing that GoPro video?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents in that portion of the transportation?
It is.
And does that thumb drive actually contain two different clips, so two different files on the thumb drive?
It does, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that transportation portion?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 338.
Mr. Cook?
Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I speak very quickly.
All right.
Okay, they're going to come up to the bench for just a minute. I'm going to try to zoom in on right here. Well, that's not going to work. Let's try this one. Come on. We've got his coat and we've got me. Let me fix this so we can get a better camera. Should have another camera angle available that's not coming through. Which is the courtroom. I can't show the judge's face by the rule. And anytime they have a sidebar, we're instructed not to show that. Hang tight. All right. We'll sit here and watch this. We're listening to court. Oh, they're done, so we're going to go back.
All right.
We're good.
Exhibit 338 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Well, actually, before I get into publishing that. So what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338, just to give some context?
The first clip is a view of Letecia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letecia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist. And she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs. And she obtains a Monster Energy can, and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can of Monster Energy drink, and then struggles with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70.
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
About 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
It's like, kids, knock it off back there.
We immediately start giving commands to Letecia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over, and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
Buckle up, guys. It's the road trip video.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
21 minutes.
I'm fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get this zoomed in. We'll get our road trip cam going here. We'll zoom in on this so we can watch the video. Monster Energy drink to the face. Holy cow. Assaulting a police officer while in full cuffs and everything. And this is this video. Let's see if we have a GoPro logo or something on here. This would be awesome. A GoPro is a little, for those that don't know, it's a little tiny camera like this. It's a little a battery-powered camera that takes very high-resolution images. They're good for close-up video, but not zooming in. It doesn't have a zoom at all. And it can do a lot better image than what it's got right there. So it sounds like she's toned down the resolution. Oh, she is so over this road trip. This is a poor advertisement for GoPro. Their images are awesome. Like, we're talking 4K. Oh, right to the face.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
Mom, she's breathing my air.
She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. But she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not
Cooperate
with her.
with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. I said I wouldn't use.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. I'm not resisting.
Go ahead. I got her on.
I have the song.
Tisha, stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it.
Please say taser.
Put her behind her back.
Yep.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
It's her fault. She was looking at me. So then I'm cuffing her behind her back instead of in front of her back, in front of her waist.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn. I'm not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please, what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility. No, everybody knows here. Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands? Not right now, Keisha. Yes, it's all my arms. Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the thumb. Eating you.
Wow. Okay, that was video 1. I think we've got another video that's a little bit longer, or maybe it's the same one.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors.
They're in a minivan. They've rented
Oh
a
no,
minivan.
here's what.
It's like a Honda Odyssey.
Can you turn the air on?
Can you change the station?
T-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
Parents, how many of you have been in this and had this view? Yes, the daddy wagon. Hold on.
I can't breathe.
Stop.
I can't breathe. What? Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. We're right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is jacking up cold.
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm go. It's hurting my arm.
The more you press against me, the harder I'm going to press on the
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure
ma'am.
off
This
my
is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's
Please,
Office.
off my arm.
Need a Mark's unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Keisha Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisted.
I didn't try to
Hold
escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600
We
block.
were calm. We were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please, but as with my wrist.
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Keisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. In extradition in Keisha Stauch.
Ow, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have the hazards on and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell him to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please.
You said you would help my arm. I appreciate it.
Nope. She's assaulted.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy Edward Tom Henry Edward Mingan.
Hurting my arm. It's hurting.
8/4 of 83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, man, I
I
have two
did
other
not. Tell us
deputies
the
with me.
story.
Yeah. SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got
Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some other equipment to at least secure her, or at least have somebody take us or escort us to the border, and then have one of our people come to the border.
We're hurting my arm,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. Hit her with a fist. She got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She slipped
hit
them.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are from.
Nope,
But
we're all
as
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
The minivan idea is not going to work for the duration of this trip. They're going to have to turn this minivan around.
We're gonna have. Is that for State Patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado border.
Are you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man? Before you maybe that's me. Where are you trying to go? Okay.
Okay.
No, I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
Okay.
I understand. So if I feel like you're trying to pull against me, one of those two of you trying to make. If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off.
We look like we're good. Use your time to understand. We'll see what we can do.
Right now they're parked. They've pulled over to the side of the road. You can hear the blinker on or the hazard lights on. That tick, tick, tick sound.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put my partner, Detective Riley, on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
I can't tell what position Letecia's in. She's being restrained.
Yes.
You okay?
They're like, okay, no more songs for you the rest of the trip.
Can you please lift up my wrist?
No, not up for that.
After what?
Once you're
Yes, ma'am. We're doing an expedition.
I didn't try to
He said
escape.
back.
I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You
to
know that.
Colorado.
Yes, I
slipped
did.
the cuffs and
You know-
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I
it.
just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol meet us, if that's possible.
Relax.
I can't.
Or the pressure will get worse.
If it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
On that, 650.
We're going to mute that off. We don't need to hear the officer's phone number.
Should just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284, westbound.
My wrist is hurting. My wrist is hurting.
Relax.
I can't. My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not
It is
breaking.
hurting.
The more you wiggle, the more it's going to hurt.
Thank you.
My lips hurt real bad.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like things aren't hurting my wrist.
Moving.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on
Thank
it.
you, ma'am.
We've got some
Bye-bye.
right now.
They're coming right now.
Got 6 en route.
Have the-
trying
I'm not trying to resist.
Then stop turning.
To you, you're holding me for nothing.
Okay, stop trying to turn against
I'm not
me.
going to turn against you. You're holding me.
Go ahead and unbuckle her. We're going to make sure she's not going to get out of her restraints this time. I'm going to see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm hurting my wrist.
This isn't going to happen again.
Hurting my wrist.
Is she in a headlock? I can't tell. I can't tell if she's in a headlock or not. I think one detective's on the back row, the lady who took the Monster Energy drink to the face, who is not complaining about
I'm not
anything
doing
hurting.
anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing anything.
Not turning against.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose.
Good. We've got her in the.
See? Look what she's doing on purpose. Look.
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
She's combative, so.
I swear this is like
Stop.
toddler
I'm not
level
doing anything to
interaction.
you. You're trying to choke me down.
Okay, you want to bring her out? She's out of her cuffs right now. No, we got her back. Got her back in. Yeah. But
The vehicle.
they're slapped on. I mean, they're not good.
We'll bring her out. We'll double lock them.
Pull them out.
Bring her out.
Yes, they had her face pulled back and back against the chair, and she was complaining.
Now it hurts.
Got the red and blues in back there, the lights coming on. The officer that took the Monster Energy drink just tipped the camera.
You're not gonna get too far. You go get a dog. You understand?
I'm not doing anything. I didn't try.
You better run faster.
Well, I didn't try to run away. I opened the door so I could breathe.
Yeah. You guys have where are you going? Colorado? Oh Lord, you got a wet. Yeah.
It's like,
Do we have a what? Do you have a better belly belt than this? It's because you're better. I don't have a friend. I don't. Here, let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knee. That's whatever you need to do. No. They had three of them transport one person. Yes, they did. And they were all, he was outside too, living inside the firm, they got everything up.
Hey, missing people. I'm not sure if you caught the earlier part. She full-on assaulted a cop with a full energy drink to the face after escaping from her cuffs, and then opened the door, at which point she was grabbed. So they've got something.
Miss Bethel, come back to the stand. Or do you want to take a break?
I was going to request you take a break now.
That's fine.
Is this a good breaking point?
Okay.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I went and broke my view. Hang on 1 second. I've got to fix that.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Are we still going to finish the rest of that video, or is it?
No, I don't think there's anything more of her on there, and then I'm just going to jump into finishing up with questions.
Okay. All right. Just asking. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Oh man, let's see. Lindsay, to pull this up, I'd have to go back and feed it in for my own live stream. Give me just a minute to see if I can do this, because give me just a second. It happened very quick. I was expecting, they said 20 minutes of video, and I was expecting the attack to happen, at another point. So give me 1 second to pull up the live stream. Hey, LW's on the phone. Let's see what we got here.
Call from to accept.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Do I have LW on the phone?
You do. Let's keep it at LW.
Sounds good.
So in my former life, when I was in my early 30s, I was a prison guard. Mm-hmm. Don't ask me why. At a Supermax.
Oh,
and
wow.
did a lot of transporting, a lot, in New York State.
Mm-hmm.
So, Supermax is pretty bad. I have transported murderers, rapists, people who threw children out of windows. I mean, the most horrible people. And they were all men, and they never, ever acted like that. It's the women. All of the prison guards who are women say, I'll never work in a woman's prison. They're mean. They're aggressive. They just don't give a whatever.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's crazy. This particular situation, this is a long transport. I'm surprised they chose to do this route. They go all the way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, which is basically East Coast. That is the beach on the East Coast, right?
Christmas.
And they have to go all the way back to Colorado Springs, Colorado. And they think, what's the best
Why
way to...
didn't they fly?
Yeah, why didn't they? You'd think there would be a plane, there would be some sort of a way they could do this, but they thought,
there's transport planes all over the country.
Let's rent a minivan, make a road trip out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do this. More than 24-hour drive. Let's see. Oh my goodness.
So there are rules. There's a course that we have to take in transportation. So there are rules, and you could sort of, I can't now because I don't live in the mainland, but I could tell when somebody was transporting, usually from state to state prison. And the rules are very complicated. How close you can get to the next car, never to be the first in line at a stoplight, how close, if you're traveling on an interstate highway, how close you can be to a car on your left and your right. I mean, what happens, what they're afraid is going to happen, is it not inside like her, which is just nuts. I never, anyway. But what they're afraid of is someone from the outside will hem you in and then capture the prisoner back, take him out. Yeah, it was really bizarre, but this was so crazy. My 3-year has never complained the way I can't go to bed. My arm.
She's like a toddler on a family road trip. She's breathing my air, Mom. It's just like, oh my goodness.
I'm going to open the door. I just wanted, the door. You're going to.
Yeah, she's threatening me. She's been threatening me the whole time. And then it doesn't stop. Now my arm hurts. She's pulling me back. Why didn't they just fly her back? Seriously, at this point, they're thinking we should have flown. The rental car, I realized we saved $100 on, choosing a rental car one way instead of a couple plane tickets. But at this point, you should have flown. It should have, even commercial, you can, it would be so much quicker. And this has got to be like the worst 24 hours of any of their lives.
It's a very bad idea to sit on the same bench seat as the prisoner with a gun. I mean, that would not happen in New York State.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have your gun on your, one of the officers would, but not sitting on the bench seat next to him for sure, never.
Yeah.
But this is Colorado, a little different.
Yeah, and it sounds like their equipment probably wasn't the best. Their belly chain, their belly belt was maybe not as restrictive as it should be. But yeah.
Yeah, and now I don't know. Yeah, I just think the states are different. I mean, New York State, you probably could not move, but more the seatbelt hold you in a different way. Yeah. They're crossed in 3 ways, and there's no way out. You can't. You're sitting in the middle. You can't get to the door. You can't get to another officer, and there's no way in the world you can have an energy drink in your hand.
Yeah, it seems like some poor decisions were made by these officers in the transport.
No, but you know what? They're brave.
They're doing their job. I don't know what led to their decision to do that, but apparently that was the right decision at the time. But it sure changed halfway through Kansas. Just crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're compassionate. We're normal people. We're compassionate. Even though you do that job, I'm compassionate, but I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I'm careful, but you're a person, and you start thinking, okay, they're all right, they're real, they're human, they want to drink.
That's how we would treat anyone. It's like, hey, if I were in that situation, I'm trying to help out a little bit. I realize we can't just let you free and to I don't know. I was hoping, honestly, I was thinking we were going to see like her like lip syncing Taylor Swift or something on the road trip. I don't know what actually happened leading up to this. But you imagine this isn't the first argument, right? The first complaint back and forth.
Oh, no. Oh.
It's like, she's blocking my sun. She's turned the air. I want it colder, and she's just making it hot. You know, it's just, it's bizarre.
And all of this, and she's a murder suspect.
Yeah.
It just shows you how her mind works. This is definitely not insanity.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, this is a very narcissistic person. Narcissism is not being insane.
Yeah.
Narcissism is, yeah.
LW, thanks for calling in.
Okay.
Appreciate your perspective. Thanks so much. We'll catch you again.
Well, I have to call. I get up so early in the morning. Sometimes I can't even type in C correctly because I'm so tired. But I love y'all.
Awesome.
And everybody in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you.
Call from Lisa.
Lisa, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Hey, while we're talking, can I pull up this video and play it on the screen here? I think
Sure.
it's right here. This is my live stream we're playing back right here. But this is the actual attack. Let's see, hit the back button here. She looks over. Her hands are slipping out here. Let me record this.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm putting it on my, bam, there it is. Okay, so I've just recorded it on my replay machine. I know it's a little delayed here, but I'm going to slow it down.
Yeah.
We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it slow time. They've already, all right, by now I think they pulled over. The door is open here, and they're going to restrain her. So let me stop the recording right here and go back to playback mode, and we're going to do this in slow motion. So here we go. So here we go with. So there's the can. She's got a pretty good wind up. I mean, you got to realize she's in softball, and so she's got a door right there. She can't go back much further than that. But she comes across with the base of the can really, and just goes to a smash, just like a hammer smash, right in the face.
Yeah. Oh.
Bam. And fully unrestrained. There's clearly no cuffs on her wrist at all, as that happens. So, man, just crazy. So let's watch it one more time here. Bam, and the officer immediately responds and grabs their arms. The hands are what's dangerous, so she's got her hands to prevent any further attack. And then I think that was a great action. I mean, the officer just took a direct blow to the face and is immediately moved in. And look how calm she is. Like, no, that happened,
Oh
but
my God.
doing her job. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Now we've got that on replay, so we can watch that later. Okay, Lisa, talk to me. What did you call him to talk about? Sorry, thanks for letting me interrupt.
You know what? I worked many, many years in a psychiatric emergency room, and this is triggering for me. But I've dealt with people like this, and the number one rule is safety, safety, safety. And what we would do is put them in a hospital gown first thing, check them, do a body check, like quick little pat down or whatever, and put them in a hospital gown and put some slippers on her in case she would happen to get away. Then she's easier to spot. I don't understand, why they didn't do that. And I mean, if she would have gotten away, she'd be real easy to spot. But I can't believe that they actually left her in her street clothes. I don't believe that.
And they're in just a rental. It's like an Alamo rental car. I don't know, budget Alamo, who they went with, Enterprise. We don't want to single out a single company, but they just rented like a Honda Odyssey, and they're like, hey, everyone pile in. We're going to buckle you up. And she's not separated from anybody. There's no divider. She has access to the doors. They tell her not to get out, and she's handcuffed, but it's just a regular vehicle. There's no other safety mechanism in place. And she has a Monster Energy drink.
Insane. Yeah, this is insane to me.
I want to find out how she got the drink. Was it the last gas stop? They're like, hey, I'm running in. You guys want anything? She's like, yeah, get me some Cheetos and maybe a Monster. The biggest Monster you can grab. And she hadn't opened it. Seriously? Okay, so maybe she was planning this out for a while, thinking I needed
Well, she is a monster.
Yeah.
That's fitting.
Yeah. It could have been very bad. attack with a heavy object like that could have, as Lauren says, could have been severely injured that officer.
Right.
Just crazy. Lisa, your experience in professionally obviously gives you some insight into that. Thank you for sharing that with us today. I appreciate you calling in.
Okay, thanks.
All
Bye.
Right, bye-bye. Crazy things. I'm going to have to replay that again. I don't know. There was no thought behind this transport. Sarah, a couple people mentioned this, and maybe you guys are right. We've got to realize the time that this was happening, right? The time this was happening was during the early onset of COVID. So it might have been difficult to fly under all the restrictions that were being, the abundance of caution that was happening with flights and things like that. That could have had a big impact on the choice. Amber's on the phone right now. Amber, how are you doing this morning?
Hello. I'm over here dying laughing because I'm trying to be good and not time myself out. So I just had to call you. And no bleeper button is going to be needed. But yes, the COVID issue was a thing at this time. So of course they had a lot of flight restrictions. Mm-hmm. So I understand why they ended up having to drive it. However, in a vehicle like that, a few things. You're laughing because you know what's coming.
No, go ahead. I'm being good. You talk.
So the thing with having ankle cuffs is they have an actual longer lead to them because you have to walk, right?
Yeah, it allows you to have a
Those
stride.
Those ankle cuffs
instead
should
of
have
just
been
a little shuffle.
Right. Those ankle cuffs could have been woven through where the seat latches into the floor of that vehicle to keep her from moving her feet, for number one. For two, there are hooks in the seats for like a car seat.
Yeah, it's the safety latch for the car seat. The attachment, the little metal hook that goes in back that keeps it from falling or shifting out if there's an accident. They could have used those.
Right. And if they could have used those, they work great for restraining purposes. And if worse came to worse, they could always utilize the thumb cuffs. I'm just saying. Get some jute rope and pull up a thumb cuff.
Amber, great ideas. I will go ahead and pass those on to the police officers so they can update their protocol to include thumb cuffs. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know how this finished. It sounds like they've asked for an escort, like an armed like a police escort for the rest of the way, just in case. I'm not sure how they'll fix things really, other than they'll have another officer in case something goes bad, in case she successfully takes control of a vehicle or something like that. So they that's probably their concern. But really, she's just going to be a little more uncomfortable than she already is on this long road trip from Hades.
It's a grueling trip. I believe when I looked it up before, it was like a 20-hour trip.
Yeah,
and they do actually overnight at a detention center for her in Kansas. So that might be the point that they're at in that trip.
That is awful.
Oh, yeah.
Amber, thank you very much. Elizabeth says Amber's laugh is contagious. Has this charge been dropped? I don't know if this charge is dropped or if it's going to be filed separately in the state. It would be filed in Kansas, right? It's a crime that occurs in Kansas. You've got an officer there. They called in an officer. Maybe they're the one that made the report because jurisdictional. They have issues. They have limited jurisdiction as far as their as pressing charges, and so you might have a Kansas charge out there in case she beats these ones that she then has to face.
I don't think it would be in Kansas because it's an active transport for a Colorado case against Colorado law enforcement. So it may just be tacked onto a new case separate too. I'll have to look it up and see if I can find any info on it, and I'll let you know.
Okay, I'm looking at the original charge. Originally, she was faced like 13 charges, right? First degree murder, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with deceased body, tampering with physical evidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crimes of violence. Mostly all the same statute, it looks like there. So I think all those involve attacks on Gannon. But I don't see anything on here about the transport. They said she had tried to open the door, like she was like an escape type thing. I didn't see that in the video just during the attack. It might have been at another point where she tried to open the door, but
yeah, it was another point. It was they had already closed the door to get back. Like, if I'm remembering correctly, they had already closed the door after getting her situated, and she had managed to get the door. I'll have to go back.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the
Judge is
courtroom.
back. We'll go back to court here.
Outside the presence of the jury at this point in time.
We'll see you.
Prosecution.
Bye.
No, you are.
Defense. No, sir. Right. And Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your, I assume that's what you were doing, right?
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good anticipation. You must have done this a couple times yourself, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, so give me a second here. That is crazy, that attack. Worst road trip ever. We're bringing back the close-up cam. Just one second. All right, here we go.
All rise for the jury, please.
There's our close-up. All right, she opened the door, but it was their fault because she asked them to turn on the air, and they didn't. Says Miss. No ice cream cone for Letecia at the next stop. Yeah. No more Happy Meal toy either if they do go to McDonald's. The officer she attacked required medical attention. I think we may see the report, but I'm hopeful we will hear from the officer that she attacked. That may be coming possibly today even.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bethel, in that video that we just watched, there's references made by you and I think maybe Detective Riley about escape, and then we can hear the defendant say, I'm not trying to escape. What was she doing that was leading you to believe that she was trying to escape?
The fact that she had slipped her handcuffs, assaulted a deputy. Then later, she opened the back door of the van, which is why I returned to that position, led me to believe that she was trying to escape.
How did she open the door?
With her foot.
So when in that second clip that we watched, when you end up back in the back seat again, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You can't really see that necessarily on the video, though.
No, you cannot.
There's comments made in that video about stop resisting and that sort of thing, but maybe can't see what those resisting efforts might have been on the part of the defendant. So can you describe that for the jury, please?
She was tensing her body, and she was also using her hands to try and manipulate around in the cuffs. I was afraid she was going to slip out of the handcuffs again.
In that second clip of the video, are you actually holding her feet down?
I had placed my knee onto her thigh area to hold her leg down.
Okay. Were you actually injured during that interaction?
Later on, yes.
Okay. What happened to you as a result of that?
We placed her in a mechanical advantage control hold, or a mock hold, myself and another deputy, to escort her to a patrol car. And when we did, she dropped all of her weight, and I was carrying her or escorting her with my left arm. She dropped all of her weight, which caused me to have a shoulder injury, which needed surgical repair.
Was that another effort to resist or potentially cause you to exert law enforcement authority with her?
Yes, we'd call that passive resistance.
I want want to go big picture with you for just a moment, Ms. Bethel. There were a number of searches of the home 6627 Mandan Drive. Why were there so many subsequent searches that build on each other over time in this particular case?
Initially, we did not, as I said earlier, we did not have a scene per se where there was a body and evidence lying around for us to look at and evaluate. And the information that we learned was during the course of the investigation. Letecia was the person that could provide us with that information, yet she had given us several different stories. And so as the investigation proceeded, we learned new things, which made us have to go back in and then look for these new developments in the home.
So the fact that the investigation developed the way it did, was that driven largely by the defendant's own deliberate actions?
Yes.
Did she mislead the investigation?
Yes, she did.
Did that misleading the investigation start at the very beginning of the case?
Yes.
Did it continue until her arrest?
Yes.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away, is that part of that misleading the investigation?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether a sharp object was ever located in the home that was used to cause those sharp force injuries that Gannon suffered?
No, I'm not.
There were reports that we've heard from already from the medical examiner and people in Florida that there were 3 gunshots carried out, 2 that hit a pillow and 1 that hit Gannon. Were there any shell casings ever found during the course of this investigation?
No.
Were there any of Letecia's clothes, the defendant's clothes, that had Gannon's blood on them?
Yes.
What were those?
Her shoes.
Okay, but what about her clothing?
No.
Does the fact that those things were missing, a sharp force instrument, the shell casings, and bloody clothing, did that complicate the investigation?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that the drive from South Carolina to Colorado was many hours long, but you also had contact with her prior to that as well. During the totality of your contact with the defendant, did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No, she did not.
Did she ever appear to be in a different personality than what she had been in any other time that you had contact with her?
No.
Was her personality and persona consistent throughout your time with her?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to develop, based on your interactions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation?
Your objection found.
All right, overruled.
Were you able to develop an opinion as to her sanity?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Ms. Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch, who I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Fountain?
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive
That was
that interview?
That was during the phone call,
Okay.
leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay. And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letecia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letecia said, I've already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home. stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay. Now in the video interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't talk, or stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on, and she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay. So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point, as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay. So in this, at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay. Did during this interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews at Starbucks, speaking with Gannon's father, do you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letecia and Gannon?
No.
How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to?
The answer should be 2.
El Paso County.
Too long.
Oh, we'd never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24 hours.
I would say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay. What was Miss Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours or 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? And you said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Defense could ask.
Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy? Who was driving?
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
It's minimizing language.
Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay.
Hence the Monster Energy drinks.
Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities.
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van till she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy? Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Okay. And you see right there, it says DSM-5?
Yes.
Numeral 5. Do you know what this book is?
It's a mental disorder book, I assume?
Okay. Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know in the field of psychiatry that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
No.
Okay.
This is their first foray into this field here. Let's see how well they do on this defense. They're starting to
And
lay
did
their
you know
groundwork.
that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
Objection. She's already said that she's not familiar with the book.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're going. She's not being.
Your Honor, can we
qualified.
approach?
Judge is like, you can, but really? Let's see. I've got to go right here for a minute. Because they have a little brief sidebar about this. I don't think the judge is going to allow this. It seems a little strange. The witness has no expertise in this. She's a detective. She's not a mental health expert or professional in any way. I don't know what testimony she's given that would make this appropriate. The judge might give a little bit of leeway, but I was just watching. I'm watching reading his face, trying to see what how he's going to decide here. Meanwhile, let's go back and watch the the attack in the car here one more time as we're waiting for this to come through. Boom. Okay, so watch this. Her first attack, she comes across with her arm, she hits, and then she anticipates a response and ducks. Okay. Oh, she's reaching for the gun.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase.
She's got to be reaching for the gun.
So, Ms. Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Ms. Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity as contained in the DSM-5.
Judge, I would just further object. There's no definition of sanity in that.
Well, you can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, overruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found in this book, the DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
That was what he was going for. Because she had testified that she seemed to not be changing personalities and she seemed perfectly sane. So that's
all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good cross there.
How long have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian, and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately in 2 investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes.
Would it happen fairly often?
Yes.
During your time with the sheriff's office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
Yes.
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
Yes, I did.
During your time as working at the sheriff's office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes.
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
Yes.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
Now the jury gets to answer some questions.
The jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? All right, looks like we have at least one.
Okay, so we're going to switch back. We're going to watch this video while the judge is consulting with the counsel. We're going to watch the rest of this video. This is what I think. I think we're doing frame by frame on this. So when she strikes the officer in the face first with the drink, her immediate response, her arms go down and are reaching for the gun. I think that's what she's trying to do right there. And the officer then responds with the hands coming back out, trying to hit and knock the hands away. Yeah, I do believe that she was trying to reach the gun, like to disable the officer and retrieve the gun from her belt. And that's why the officer does such a good job right here. You can see the officer has her hands. Like the hands are the danger, right? The hands are the danger. So she's trying to keep the hands isolated. Yes, she can headbutt. That will hurt. That could cause some injury. But the hands are what's going to be are threaten her life. If those hands get her gun, there's the problem. And she's so close that she can't draw the firearm herself in defense. That just doesn't work. There's the brakes right here. We talked about the car comes to a stop. She goes flying against the front seat right here. Bam. Flies forward. Sort of thrown by the officer too as they both sort of pitch forward there. Let me go back and see what happened to the officer. So they both sort of pitch forward. I think she almost got an elbow to the face too. Look at this. The officer's elbow's right there. See that elbow? Her right elbow just sort of catches right in the face here as it goes boom forward. Great move there. And she's already complaining. She's breathing my air. Mom, she's being mean to me. Let's see. It's a restraint she's using on the hands. I think she's grabbing a finger to control the hands there. And by here, the door's open. The car braking is a beautiful moment, says Ashley. It really is. They're still talking over the questions from the jurors right now, so we'll give them just a minute to complete that. In doing that, let's see. I keep hitting the wrong button and making my Zoom controller disappear. There we go. It's back. Okay, so let's take camera 7 here for a minute. We can show this one. They're still up at the bench talking over the questions. The judge is going to answer them here, and as long as the questions are good, they're going to be asked to the witness. Let's take a look at the audience while we can here, just briefly. Let's see who's here. It looks like. Let's see. I think way back there and back behind the bald guy right there. I think the back row. I think that's Gannon's dad. Who's on the very back row. He's testified twice already. Let's see a few other people here. Not recognizing. Okay.
I've received a juror question, and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
So the questions were basically struck
retrieve
for
the exhibit
now.
off the witness stand, Judge.
Oh, you already did it?
Oh, okay. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Christian Leewer.
I didn't hear the name. We're going to go ahead and unpin this message and wait for the new one. It might be, is this the officer that got hit?
I'm sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Leewer.
Christian Lieber. That sounds like a.
Lieber.
All right.
L-I-E.
You would step forward. Raise your right hand, please,
It's a
sir.
boy, not a girl. I think he's the driver, maybe.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. See too many people bring a camera up with them. Okay.
I'll explain.
The witness walks into
Good
court
morning,
with a camera.
sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian, and my last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Liewer.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation, and I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
In terms of certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology and science? What do you do?
We go to many trainings within our scope of work. That includes blood stain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total call-outs.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people who tendered to the court Christian Liewer as an expert in crime scene investigations.
Oh, good. Witness will be so qualified.
All right. Mr. Liewer, I'd like for you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent blood stains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso?
That is in the county of El Paso.
State of Colorado?
In the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
In terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me. And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent blood stains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and blood stains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent blood stains in a crime scene, I mean blood stains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with blood stains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Okay. Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is the specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at blood stains. However, when we are looking at latent blood stains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the blood stains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of blood stains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You said heme?
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Letecia is her hairstyle is a little different than it's been thus far in court. Her hair being pulled back is different. She has making a lot of more eye
Do you
contact.
generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, are there various markings on this Exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive Blue Star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to the floor plan?
Yes, it is.
At this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection. Exhibit 442 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lure, there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as you walk through your testimony here. Is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your Honor?
Like this.
It's going to be worse for us and better for
There you
them.
go. There you go.
We're good now?
Yep.
It doesn't follow. Okay. Mr. Lever, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house?
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
But if you're going to do that, you'll need to stand to one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand at one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you can see on the top of the diagram, or the first section of this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on it's in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway. That will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the diagram slightly?
That's fine.
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible in their chair?
Yeah, if you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there. That's.
And Mr. Leeward, just so we can make sure that your voice is projected, just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. Can you all see the whole diagram now? Fantastic. So
Can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him, okay. Everybody's nodding, it's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram, you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's room. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. In the upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
Great. And so when you responded initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always go at it in the least intrusive measures. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage and his bedroom. Because I don't want to go to the most intrusive ending, I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage and work my way down. And that's the same with any crime scene. We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
450.
443 through 450, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Leeward, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
I want to see him use his camera. I want to see why I brought that in. It's funny to see the defense attorneys and what they're doing right now. They're hard at work getting ready to cross.
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial processing the morning of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during your initial processing on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 443 through 450 and permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibits 443 through 450 will be admitted.
Mr. Leeward, whatever is going to work better for you. If you want to stand between the screen and the diagram, I'll defer to you, but I will ask you to point out various locations on People's Exhibit 442.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for you, for the jury.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you've explained that you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I'm documenting the front side of the residence. So I am facing south towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we are at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part, but this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandan Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 445.
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
There are multiple case considerations we have to take into. For example, the question was if there were latent bloodstains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
Yes, we have to work within the parameters of a search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
No, we are not. We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the Sheriff's Office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for our documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for latent bloodstains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps in very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for bloodstains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using it throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph from that same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
People's 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taking facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, the stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit 450 is a Blue Star photograph showing the chemiluminescence of the positive reaction with Blue Star, predominantly on the rug and slightly west of the rug.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything that you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we have very high powered cameras that we can adjust those settings to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay. We did see you walk up to the stand with the camera. Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? Your Honor, permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only?
Defense?
No objection.
You may go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you started to explain the fancy settings of your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason we use these, like I said before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with three settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye. We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher ISO, that means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here, there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in. But if I have the shutter speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but that can also show the chemiluminescence of Blue Star. Additionally, I didn't bring it up, but the aperture is an additional way to allow light in. But for the purposes of Blue Star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we are concerned with.
These cameras run
now,
about
what are the ideal
$2,500
conditions to even do this
with a couple
photography in?
lenses.
With Blue Star, you have to have
And they have different lenses.
dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimal light.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some light. We have to have some light present within the scene to show what the conditions look like with the Blue Star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue, but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
Can you walk the jury through the different areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a blue star reaction that I had on my first visit on February 3rd. Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit. But I'm sure we'll get there.
So after you see this positive reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a blue star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on, or what the blue star is reacting with. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have blue star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect the wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that blue star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
Mr. Lever, do you recognize People's Exhibit 451?
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's actual evidence. I think it's probably that carpet or that rug at the bottom of the stairs. Maybe a board. Looks like carpet.
I do recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
This is the rug that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed up. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you say that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 and, oh, sorry, whoops. Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Exhibit 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Thank you.
No, no objection to those.
I'll lay the
exhibits.
foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Lewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
These are additional photographs that I took during my first visit to 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, what area do those photos show?
Generally, this is going to be along the south wall of the garage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we now move for the admission of People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
I still have no objection.
Okay. Exhibits 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Now we can show 452. All right. Mr. Lewer, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 452?
So as you can see along the right-hand side of this image, you can see the carpet that we've alluded to before. So this is facing, or this is slightly east of that carpet, looking at the floor.
In 453, what are we seeing now?
This is a blue star photograph of the ground nearby the rug.
Now, is this fair to say that this is a bit brighter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this blue star reaction, again, what is important for you to do next?
Again, what's important most is to document it in our notes and collect a sample of it.
People's Exhibit 454. What are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of a military backpack along the south wall of the garage.
455.
This is a photograph of that bag moved, so we can search for blue star reactions underneath the bag.
456.
And this is a blue star positive reaction photograph after the bag had been removed.
457.
We've rotated slightly to the east. This is a photograph of the southeast corner of the garage, highlighting those boards and the box directly south of the boards.
And 458.
This is a positive blue star reaction on the boards and on that box that I alluded to.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 459.
You may, go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, do you recognize People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is an envelope with swabs that I collected of the positive blue star reactions within the garage. And again, this is based on the label indicating where it came from with my employee ID number and the tape seals. And again, there are additional tape seals indicating that this has been examined by additional lab personnel.
And in terms of the various swabbings that you did in that area, area of interest for you in People's Exhibit 458, are those swabs contained in People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, they are. If there was a blue star reaction and it was swabbed, it is collected and placed in this envelope.
And again, is that envelope same or substantially same, given the differences that you've pointed out to the jury?
Other than the additional tape seals, then yes, it would be.
Your Honor, at this time, would we move for the admission of People's Exhibit 459?
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibit 459 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, there's some particular areas that you noted in People's 458, and just to be clear, the reaction includes the boards, but it also includes another object?
Yes, it does. As you can see, the multiple boards in this photograph have a blue star reaction. But if you look at the box to the top of this image, there's some blue chemiluminescence. That was swabbed, whereas the boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on People's Exhibit 442 where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely. As we can see on the top right-hand portion of the main level on the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
For that set of exhibits, Mr. Lewer, do you recognize those?
Let me take a look. So much. I appreciate you.
This guy loves his job. He's so excited. Yeah, let me look at it. Ooh, more evidence.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. These are slippery.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness.
I can put the picture on full screen, but they're talking about other evidence. The picture hasn't changed for a minute. So I'll show you just briefly what it is right there. That picture, that hasn't changed for a minute. They're talking about something else. We're just going to watch in court until they update the pictures.
All right. Do you generally recognize People's Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Right. Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibits 460 through 476 will be admitted.
Are they going to publish?
Now, Mr. Leeward, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
Lunch is probably in
photograph
about
directly
15
of the
minutes.
boards at their south end.
463.
Again, a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr. Leeward, would you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
Don't break the pointer.
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, 4. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So I previously testified that that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north arrow, and I've written top, indicating that that is the top of the board.
465.
This is a close-up image of that information.
466.
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They spanned the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
And would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they would.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell. And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a blue star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional blue star reaction photograph of that same area.
It looks like a footprint.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we blue star this area was move further into the laundry room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. So we have not crossed that threshold yet.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph. And it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the middle of the screen, there's a blue marking on the door.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of blue star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. Again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold, and it's towards the center of the image.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
He pulls 476.
Additional blue star reactions along that floor between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Leeward, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. And we can also see some laundry baskets on the right hand of this image. And we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry baskets.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see we've alluded that the garage is in the upper left-hand corner. Now, as you move south, you can see the doorway. And this linear stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry room. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive blue star reactions that I viewed. However, the 3 is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. You can take a seat now if you'd like. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing blue star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noontime, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for a blue star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of blue star reactions that were observed, that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for blue star. So because we could make the house darker.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did. I responded around 6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
CSI Robert Zaleski responded with me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh.
Okay, so
Sure. I was confused as well.
He's like, yeah, go ahead. Come on up. Okay, so we're going to switch cameras to this one right here just for a second while they're talking. Don, you asked a question about the feed from the court. Does it cost money? There are some times where you have to pay for access to the court, for example, the
All right,
Lord
ladies
Vallow
and gentlemen,
stuff.
we're going to take our lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
So we're going to take a break with them. A loud car drives by. Let's see. Let's check in on Letecia briefly.
Good stuff. And switch that one away. Yeah. In my courtroom. Let's bring that.
Got a hot mic happening.
I don't think we have one that's in the middle. We have ours, and we'll take that.
So Don, this particular feed is free.
1:20.
1:20, which means we're going to start at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. May all be
20 minutes
seated.
before the court.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, so
we'll be in recess then.
As
Thank
they get
you.
headed to lunch, we're going to do a little bit of wrap up, and then we'll take our lunch as well. We'll be back at 3 o'clock for part 2 of this. If you want to be with us, please click the subscribe button and ring the bell. We'd love to have you here. I know there's got quite a crowd here, but this is a fun place to watch true crime. Let me answer a couple questions. First of all, Sweet says, did the blue star reaction actually test positive or negative for Gannon's blood? Sweet, it's sort of a trick question. The blue star reaction is not testing for specific blood. It's not like a DNA test of blood, like swabbing blood would be. This is going to say it's presumptive positive for blood or horseradish or what else he said it could possibly be. But where it looks like blood and it tests that positive, they say we could just say that we think that is blood. The actual test to see whose blood it is would have to be the swab where they do the DNA analysis. And generally, you can't do a blue star test and a DNA swab in the same area. But they did test many areas for Gannon's blood and did test positive. And also they had some of her blood as well down there. So that's that. So Don, I think, did I answer your question? This particular feed is free through the court's WebEx. Let's go here. How about that? So you don't have to look at that. This particular feed is free through WebEx. I run 3 different connections, and the judge has issued order number 28, which gives us specific permission to restream the court's feed in this case, and that's what we're doing. Other cases are different, so it's not always free, but it generally is. Kathy Griffith, thanks so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here with us. I appreciate that. Let's see, any more questions? Blue star positive reactions are presumptive positive for blood. Yes, we presume that it's blood based on what it does and what we see from the stain or the marking. But it can also show up where no blood was, like visible to the eye. It can still detect that blood was there and had been cleaned up. How long for lunch? We're going to come back at 3 p.m. Eastern time, which gives us about an hour and 5 minutes. Do you think that Ellis wanted to be unalived by grabbing for the gun? Bay, I think she wanted to be not in custody anymore. I think she was the reason why she wanted the door open. I think she wanted to make a run for it. I don't think she was opting for an unalive solution. Let's see. Which day did the judge show your channel? It didn't show the channel. We just heard the audio play in the courtroom when they were trying to go back and watch. We're talking about Judge Schroeder in the Zachariah Anderson trial. The day that there was an allegation that the the district attorney had been mouthing words to the witness. I think it was on a Friday, I think. Then the judge subpoenaed a video from Law and Crime. Law and Crime gave him 35 seconds. He said, I want to see what's before that. And so he went online to see what was before that so he could do his investigation. When he opened up the live stream, instead of opening up, Law and Crime or Court TV or whoever else was carrying it, he chose our live stream. And so he was looking at it on our stream to see what the action was. And then the audio from our live stream played in the court and it went over the live feed. So that's how that happened. Yes, I've heard that the Free Zach community is trying to use screenshots of that to call for an appeal because the judge was listening to our live stream or something. I don't think that's going to get anywhere. Okay. Let's see. What was the Mark Jensen verdict for today? Guilty. No life in prison without chance of parole. So the same as he had before the whole retrial occurred. He got the same sentence again. And that was the conviction for killing his wife. It was the antifreeze case. Or the sketchbook case, whichever one you want to talk about. Okay. Let's see. Any other questions? What time will we be back on? We'll start at 3 o'clock Eastern time, Mike. We'll be back up here with the live feed. Where does Alice go for lunch? She's probably provided lunch there in the courtroom or taken back to the jail. I believe probably a holding cell in the court, just because the jail operates on a schedule. So lunch is ready for everybody at the same time, or they'll eat in shifts. And sometimes court goes a little long. Sometimes it goes less so. So they probably bring in lunch for LS for Letecia there at the courthouse. Okay, did we have a buffer moment? I see a couple people putting the buffer thing up. Looks like it's cleared on my end at least. Okay. However they get it done, says Sandy, but Zach is innocent. So, yeah, well, I'll just leave it at that. I have to say I do agree with the verdict by the jury on that one. I have a lower threshold for circumstantial evidence, causing me to hesitate taking action than some people, but I do believe he's guilty. Mark Jensen's trial kept me busy. The beeper finger is still recovering. 80s Music Man, that was a rough trial. That had some crazy stuff in it. Geraldine, welcome, says, recovery addict, your voice is so calming in the midst of listening to such trauma. It helps to have some nice soft music to listen to as well. And just anytime we need to relax, we can play this. I generally don't play music over court video or testimony. But today, the drama that we were seeing from Letecia as she was in her interrogating room caused me to violate my own rule and play this soundbite just to help her relax a little bit, because clearly she was like hyperventilating intentionally. Does this channel do trials all the time or just certain ones? Kathy, lots of different trials. We've followed Gwyneth Paltrow, which is our first civil trial. We probably won't do too many more of those. We're more of a true crime type thing. But they're civil. You're in the video, Mrs. R.A. Here. She's like, if I run fast, they won't see me. We'll switch right here. How about that? Quick plug. What's the topic for tonight's podcast? Matthew, it's just more fun and mayhem. It's going to be lighthearted. Think of the break time when we're in court here and when we have like what we do now with the sound effects turned on and things like that, and the fun we have together in chat. That's what it's going to be tonight. We have a couple funny stories from around the U.S. and maybe I think some international ones as well tonight, as well as some fun top 3 lists. I don't know if we're doing things that must go tonight or we're going to do over and unders, overrated, underrated. It's going to be fun. It's going to be very similar to previous live streams, but with different content. Now you want to go behind me? Is that okay? So now I have to switch. You'll be on that camera right behind me if you go back there.
I was not kicked back.
That's your warning. Will you cover BK or too much? I would like to cover BK, Bay. I definitely would. We'll have to see what happens. Obviously, this is up in Idaho, and Idaho, I mean, you saw what happened with the Vallow case. That became very difficult to cover because they wouldn't offer anything else. I'm going to turn down the music. I'm nice and rested. We'd like to cover BK. We're definitely going to cover Sarah Boone. There are a couple big ones that we will stick with. And in between that, we're going to cover, what we can. Do you need me to grab a book for you? You're looking for lots of books. She's filming videos today for her channel. My wife, Mrs. R.A. On her channel, she's known as Homeschool Ground Zero, and today is one of her filming days. So she's going to be running a couple of those. She needs some books for her videos, and they're all on that side behind the camera. So let's see. Any other questions here? Tish, you need a nap. You're sleepy now. Matthew Harris, it's going to be fun tonight. Love to have you there. Carrie Miller, what do you think T was going to do if she escaped in the middle of the interstate? Yeah, the middle of Kansas, right? Not sure if anyone's familiar with the geography in Kansas, but the middle of Kansas is not just filled with hiding places. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of farm fields, and it's just forever farm fields, and a dog will catch you in no time at all. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and not much else around. Kansas is sort of a wide open state, prairie type state. I don't know what her plan was. Possibly taking over the minivan, kicking them all out, and driving away. That might be feasible if she could get the firearm. And I don't know. It was bizarre that she did that. We all know what will happen with BK. I know some of you have voiced an opinion that you think BK is going to take a plea to get death penalty off the table. I'm not sure. Danny on Direct does very good Daybell coverage. Danny's good. Danny was in the Lori, not the Lori, but the Gwyneth Paltrow case. She was actually there in person in the trial a couple days, so it was nice to watch. I do like Danny. My personal favorite, I have to admit, I'd have to go with Brandy for Brandy Churchwell for the Lori Daybell coverage right now. She does a great job every evening. Let's see. I'll wave at you from the Sarah Boone trial, says Dodie. I cannot wait. I don't want you to get kicked out, but I want you to call in on the burner phone when you can, in breaks, when you're not in court, and give us feedback on that. We've got a couple people that may be going there. Mr. Upper Torsos, Courtney Clenny is starting soon. Courtney is the OnlyFans murder. It is another I killed my boyfriend in self-defense trial, yes. And they just released the arrest affidavit. The audios are rough, and she sounds possessed. That one is going to be rough to cover for a couple of reasons. Mr. Opertorso, this trial has evidence items that will be shown in court, and depending on how the cameras are set up, accidentally showing the wrong piece of evidence could get me banned off YouTube because of the role that Courtney Clenny played, or the behavior she engaged in on OnlyFans. It was what we would term adult entertainment, adult behavior. And it violates YouTube's terms of service. So as much as we're interested in the self-defense part of that trial, we'll really have to take a close look to see how the exhibits are shown, because any of them, a chance it's shown exhibit, it could kill a channel in moments, and we can't do that. Who is BK? Brian Koberger is BK, as a matter of fact. He's the one accused of killing 4 college students in Idaho. He's currently up there. He's awaiting trial. He has not yet waived his right to a speedy trial. That's the thing about him. Even though he was just arrested, we followed him get flown across the country. Even though that's happened just this year, and normally murder trials take a couple of years to work through the system. Because he hasn't waived his right to a speedy trial, he could be going on in just late summer. Your biggest fan says, I live in Wichita, Kansas. She would not have blended in with the cows and flat fields. Could exercise the doggo office, though. Yeah, the dog might have got a little run time and chew time in if she'd run. That's a very good point, but I think the court just might redact all that for the live feeds. I'm hoping so, because I want to follow this. I do love, there's a part of me that just loves watching self-defense trials. We didn't watch the Zachary Latham trial where he just was found not guilty. I'm not sure how closely self-defense was in his theory of defense, or the defense theory of events. But Dean Cummings was a self-defense shooting using the dreaded the AR gun and everything else, and he was found not guilty as well. Those are fun ones to watch, really fun ones. The facts of those cases are usually tend to be more in dispute, just a matter of perspective. 80s Music Fan says, I'm going R-rated on that Courtney trial. I think even the descriptions of some of the exhibits might not be able to be covered. Shabusiness, yeah, there's that one as well. BK is my newest obsession. Kathy, I will tell you, that trial, I think I'm going to lean very heavily on whatever Brandy Churchwell puts together on that. Brandy has done such a great job with timelines, and BK has so many. We've got so many pings, we've got so many phones, cameras, different data points that need to be put together on a timeline. I'm going to need somebody like her to make that possible for us to follow along. A Red Pen says, for those of you new here, RA did an awesome plane chase of when they extradited BK back from PA to Idaho. Yes, we can chase airplanes. Who knew? That was fun to find that plane by a process of elimination, and then know when he was going to land before he landed. I'm surprised the jury didn't ask our questions like why did you drive? Do you think they hoped for a confession? Cass, they did ask a question of that of the female detective that showed the video of the Monster Energy attack. It sounds like we're going to have a witness that was also there, probably either the detective that was attacked or the driver, on the stand at some point, and maybe the question would have been better suited for them to answer, because the judge said, I think you're jumping ahead looking at a future witness, or better suited for them. So that question probably will come back up, whatever it was. Dean Cummings' prosecution was ridiculous. Super unknown. Yes. The screenshot of that one where the DA is standing there having him reenact the series of events as he remembers it, using the actual weapon in court, and halfway through the reenactment, as she is downrange of the firearm, the judge is like, have we checked it to make sure it's not loaded? Crazy time. That was a funny experience. Suitcases Boone. Yes, we're doing that one. Losing the child is a life sentence no matter what. It's a pain that's unimaginable. CG, 100%. I am fortunate to have not be included in the group that can say I know what you're saying, I know what you're feeling. But from the people who have that is what I've heard, that it time passes, but the pain is still there. It's so real. BK trial never be streamed. There's no way in Idaho. Shelley, I'd say wait and see. wait and see. I think there's a chance it will be. It's my opinion that one could roll a bowling ball across the Midwest. It's that flat. Crystal Smith's trial has been pushed back to 5:15. Just FYI, if you aren't covering something else at that time, Eddie, I'll have to take a look at that. I'll look at the usually over on the Discord page on the calendar is how I plan out what we cover. She's already working on the BK chart. I'm excited to see what Brandy has there. That was a long night following the plane, waiting for it to land and the stops and everything. It was pretty fun. Casey, you've noticed this. Today, Letecia has behaved a little bit differently. I'm not sure if her lawyers talked to her and said, hey, you need to look a little different. You need to engage a little more. You need to be a little more available for the jury to see you as a person and not as a wall of hair. But she definitely has been a little different today with her hair pulled back, her face more exposed. She seems more involved and less sort of curled up on herself. All right. Did BK did waive his right to speedy trial. That's why he has a preliminary on 6/26. Joni, it's my understanding he waived his right to his preliminary hearing, not his right to the speedy trial. And that preliminary hearing, they waived the right so his new lawyer would have time to cover all the evidence, review all the evidence that was against him. I could be wrong there, but I wasn't aware that he'd actually waived his speedy trial. I think on 6/26 will be the first chance he gets to waive that right to a speedy trial if he chooses to do so. Did they recover the murder weapons? For which case? We've talked about a couple. Sarah Boone, yes, that was a suitcase. I think they've got that. In this particular trial, no, unless it was the scissors, which were in the dishwasher and had been cleaned. I'm not sure if they're going to say that that's what they think it was or not. The Cummings trial was so embarrassing as a New Mexican. That was an interesting trial. I'll say that. It seemed like it was overcharged. It was definitely like a shot in the dark to try to get a conviction. It seems like even if it wasn't self-defense, they just didn't have enough evidence to prove that. Okay. I didn't know she hit the officer with the camera in the van. Do you guys want to see that one more time? Let me go back here and let's see. Let's rewind this. We're talking about the testimony. We'll switch right over here. The testimony we got today of this is a transport from South Carolina. The person in the middle of the picture is Letecia, and we're going to watch this here in regular time. Then we'll go back slow motion. She's sitting there. She's escaped from her handcuffs. She grabs a Red Bull and smashes it into the face of the officer sitting next to her. They break hard, and she gets thrown right up against the front, right up here about now. Wham! Against that, and then they're pulled over to the side. Officer jumps out, opens the side door, and goes to help right here, help restrain her, get her back in cuffs. All that. So this is happening middle of Kansas, right? So let's go back and watch this on rewind, nice and slow, and we'll see here. So I'm watching frame by frame as we scan through here. She's looking around. She glances down at the gun. She looks right there. Look at that. She's looking down at the gun. She looks back up and she goes for the boom, the face, and then immediately dives for the gun. She's trying to reach the officer's gun right now. The officer is getting her hands away from the gun as best she can. Car brakes. See, she's grabbed her hands to keep it away from her firearm for her own safety. Car brakes. She gets sort of slammed up against the seat behind.
Alex stole it.
Immediately she starts complaining and saying, she's breathing my air. She's being mean to me. All that. Just absolutely crazy how that went down. Okay. Does Alice get a Monster drink for lunch? Probably not anymore. That was probably the last Monster Energy drink they got for her.
There's a lawsuit.
Okay. Let's see if there are any other questions. I think we're about done with questions, which means it's time for us to go to lunch, and we'll be back. We'll be back in 45 minutes. So if you'd like to come back and watch it with me, I'd ask you to please click the subscribe button and ring the bell. The first person back in chat, once we open the chat window, which will open in about 5 minutes. So you guys can talk in chat before I actually come back. But the first person in chat wins the internet for the rest of the day. We re-gift the internet twice a day. We give it away. And if you'd like to be the winner, you could do that. So that's an option. Judge is still trying to decide on BK, but living in Moscow, I feel it will be shown. I want to go, but I feel too many people will be going, so I'm not sure if I will. I think the public interest in being in that case will help drive that decision to publicize it. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for being here this morning. It's been a lot of fun. We have we've covered a lot of cool stuff. Strange things have happened. They will continue to happen. Bite Me says, overlooked again. Bite Me, how did I miss you? Do we know where her parents are? Letecia's parents? Well, according to her story, her dad was killed by a car. I'm sorry, she made up that story. I think he was actually probably killed, but not on the day she said it was. The day that Landon was missing. Love the outro music. Thank you, B. It's a fun one. Gets the blood pumping. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. It's going to be 3 o'clock Eastern time. We've got 45 minutes for lunch. Do enjoy your lunch. I'll open up chat here in just a minute. We'll see you back here as soon as lunch is over. We'll see you.